It's either going to be checking in with something I haven't touched in a while or something new. And I have some ideas, and I asked Twitch chat earlier today what they wanted to see. So we'll be doing something different tomorrow. But today, also tomorrow's stream is only going to be about 6 hours instead of like the normal 9 to 10. Today, we're going to be working on that fort that we've been working on for the past while. As reminder to everybody, the goal for the fort currently is definitely not Sims 2 suited. Sorry. I know that you've given me a lot of money, and you're a tier 3 sub, and you make a lot of shorts for the YouTube channel, including the one I need to upload. But you'd have to give me a significantly larger sum of money, pay off my apartment, and I don't know, fly me to Hawaii for a week. Maybe not Hawaii because like I don't want to go to the US. Fly me to like, I don't know, Japan for a week for a vacation to consider playing a Sims franchise game. It doesn't even matter which one. I have so little interest. Would I play something like Slay the Princess? I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what Slay the Princess is. I don't like visual novels, not because I don't like them. It's just I don't like that much reading. Like I have to be like exceptionally sold on the concept to have any interest in it. The only, yeah, Ambiguous Amphibian has you covered for the Sims stuff. The only, like, visual novel that I have, if you could even call it that I've played in the past that I've genuinely enjoyed was I played Doki Doki Literature Club off stream, and that was interesting, but I would never stream a game like that, and I wouldn't enjoy streaming a game like that. And I played Citizen Sleeper, which I fucking loved. But Citizen Sleeper I liked because of the story and what that game does story-wise. And yes, I'm aware they made a sequel. But I kind of have no interest in most of that stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure I've looked at the trailer for Slay the Princess. I don't get it. Like, I know that game's done exceptionally well and has, like, a shit ton of it's sold very, very well. Like, people love it. It's got overwhelmingly positive reviews. I don't get it. Like, I don't get the appeal. Like, it's not even like a, I'll put it this way. I like to stream games where I'm streaming a game and I'm being entertaining. If the game is doing all the work, you should just go play the game. I had this take a while ago, which I was told was unpopular at the time, so it's still probably unpopular. But when the last good South Park game came out, when the Fractured Butthole came out, there was a lot of streamers out there that were going on about how it was the greatest stream they've ever done. Motherfucker, you just streamed South Park. Like, yeah, South Park entertaining, but like, if you're like, that was the best stream I've ever done, you're pretty fucking bad at streaming. Because the game's doing all the work. I don't know. Anyway, so this is the fort. It's actually getting quite the metropolis-y. We've still got a lot of bedrooms to do. That's probably actually something I'm going to be working on a bunch today. I've been ignoring sieges, largely. Because while I do have this, and I need to go around and mine more platinum to get more of the platinum minecarts set up, while I do have this, and it's working it works quite well, we're kind of in this predicament where I don't have super efficient ways of, like, fully defending the fort, if that makes sense. So the defense structure that I've been using is this, which fires minecarts at baddies and makes them go splat, which is great. However, the problem was we then have to clean up all the bodies, and that was taking a toll on the mental health of the fort. And then combine that with some fights that went badly, like we had some rough times. Now I have lava up here, and I'm working on a system to drain it out the side here, because that'll look dope, and then also down into this trench, because that'll also look cool. So I'm working on that. Once that is done, we'll be able to take sieges a little bit more consistently and use the rail guns again. But alongside of that, over here, not quite there. Alongside of that, over here, we've had this side project going where I've caught 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Forgotten Beasts. That's a goat, not a Forgotten Beast. That's bait for the next one. I'm trying to pre-build a whole bunch of these, so that we can, catch beasts as they arrive. And I totally forgot the goat was there, so that was a bit of a punchline. We've got this guy who's Yusasp. Yusasp is an enormous scaly leech. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. And noxious secretions. This one has vapors and is a hairy stegosaurid, which is fat. This one is a danger noodle. A literal cobra with external ribs with a poison bite. Surprise, it's a cobra. Up here is probably my favorite one. This one is a huge one-eyed crab, and it has webs and wings. Up here we have a towering quadruped composed of clear glass. It has poison gas. I don't know what its gas does, but if it's scary, that could be fun. We also have this blob composed of ash, which doesn't do much of value. And we have this, which is an enormous feathered leech. It has wings, and it is ravening. Beware its noxious secretions. My goal is to catch 50, because I have 50 chambers set up. Most of these were caught yesterday, except for, I think, one. Actually, I think most of them were all caught yesterday. Anyway, I'm kind of between 50 and 100. I think 100 would be like, it depends on how quickly we catch 50. But if we can catch 100, I think like making 100 Forgotten Beasts fight hell might make for a good YouTube title, for one thing. But primarily, I'm going to make them fight the underworld in an arena. That's the idea. Some of you might remember, I made a fortress a little while ago called Fire Orb, which, aside from being one of the greatest names for a fortress that I've ever built, Fire Orb had a giant fishbowl made of glass with lava in it that I filled up with demons. I kind of want to do something similar to that. Except, like, instead of just filling it up with demons, I'm thinking, like, build, like, a similar sort of structure and, like, see if I can corral the hordes of hell into that structure and then make the demons fight Forgotten Beasts in an arena. And because, like, this is rapidly becoming a mega project fort, why not just go fucking hog wild and just try and invade hell properly, instead of doing what I usually do, which is get bored halfway through and then not, you know? So that's kind of what I'm thinking for this fortress currently. And just as a reminder, there's 54 folks watching on the YouTubes right now, and a humble audience of 142 here on Twitch. It's been, you know, kind of slow the last 2 days when it comes to numbers, but, you know, we're in between patches right now, and I'm very deep into a fortress, and people don't watch as much when I'm very deep into a fortress, so I'm just going to remind everybody two things. Number one, Twitch has a sale going on right now. If you gift multiple subs, you get a discount. That's the first thing. Second thing, we are a crowdfunded channel here, so I don't take any sponsor money, so you don't have to hear anything about HelloFresh on my channel, except for when I'm complaining about my neighbors filling up the trash bins with their shit. Sorry. But what you will get from me is a reminder to, hey, if you happen to have Amazon Prime, check if you have a Prime sub available. Or, you know, support a humble streamer near you. No, that started 2 days ago? I want to say it started on Tuesday. Drag Squarespace too. You know, I can't drag Squarespace, and you want to know why I can't drag Squarespace? Because my parents own a tiny little business, right? A little school that my mom runs. My mom's a teacher, and my dad does the books. My dad also has a full-time job, but like my mom is a little kid's like 3 to 5 year old's teacher, and their website's hosted on Squarespace. And the only reason they have a website is because Squarespace exists. And I know for a fact they wouldn't have a website if it wasn't for Squarespace, even though they owned the domain. So I kind of can't drag Squarespace because like it's great for my parents. For actual, like, web usage, it's kind of terrible. I agree with you. However, but, like, for my parents who are over 60 who have no idea how an internet, well, not no idea how an internet works. My dad know how an internet works. He's just intentionally ignorant of how an internet works because he'd rather write with his refillable pens and he'd rather read philosophy. My dad has like, you know, can you pray for me? Pray to your God pray to the God of your choice that you find success, and then can subscribe to my channel for whatever the local equivalent of a Twitch sub is for you. Don't pray on my behalf. I'm already lost. Trust me. I'm going to hell, and there's no getting around that. Build a glass boat and float it in the lava with your forgotten beasts. And the title of the Moses lost it. Moses dropped the boat. Are you my dad, Ice Blue? My dad has a sterling silver fountain pen with his name engraved in it. So, you know, my dad's a pen guy. Speaking of fountain pens, there's a room on my Discord for fountain pen nerds, and the original pitch was the only way that you could post in it was by writing with a fountain pen, but that didn't last very long, so now it's just people posting pictures of their pens. It is what it is. Maybe you have kids my age. You have kids at the age of 30? Wow. 30-year-olds? Hot damn. Paxanom, hello. So let's read through the dwarves who are named. I don't think anybody's redeemed a dwarf yet, so that should be available unless somebody disabled it without telling me. We've got Havoc, Deep Space, and YouTube. We also have Bastet and Belug. Romanoid. Also, Havoc is the last remaining of the starting 7. We have... sorry, I need to burp coffee. Origin 64, who used to be as mad as you could possibly be, who's now very happy, which is interesting. We got George II. We've also got Inner Bunny and Andre. Inner Bunny is extremely happy right now. Lightning Roger. Big Braz from North FC. We've got, who's a Sacred Skull, by the way. Cool title. We've also got Wolfist Wolf and Elfie Bean the sequel, who's also very happy. We've got Kartok. We got Justin TV, who's the reincarnation of Twitch because Twitch died. We got Leo R and Raiklu, as well as Theo S and probably Jody and Methalic and Swaggin Kessel and Freeways and Boom Boom and Midnight the Second, as well as Anon 4 and V. We also have Crane the Third and Bruggen and Zalvi the Second and Bolter, who fired a bolt in one shot of Forgotten Beast by hitting it in the skull, which I was pretty proud of. And Flame Thief, the dwarf who fired a bolt at a Forgotten Beast and made it explode, which was made of fire. Farmer Fem, who used to have no functional limbs and now has functional limbs once again, due to drinking a magic potion. Baragond, and who else do we have? Josh the 123, Demonster, and Corpseman, who I think is still harrowed. Let me double check this. Yeah, no, you're just haggard now. No longer harrowed, was haggard. His mother died while she was carrying him, and Buddy's had a rough life. He's only murdered 6 of my dwarves. However, he didn't all day yesterday, which means maybe he's recovering. He's reformed. Possibly. I don't know. And then down at the bottom, who else do we have? Probably at least one more. We got Magakome and Sharpshooter, the kid who killed a Forgotten Beast by firing a minecart at it, and Bioactive. And I think that's everybody. T-Fry. Dwarf, you want what kind? Yes. A difficult child. The problem is everybody in the fort's in a pretty good mood. I got this one who's kind of cranky. But, like, moods are actually really good right now. The murder child's already named. That's Corpseman. So we'll give you the kind of cranky Solon. You're a member of the religion of death. Oh, I see. You're Corpseman's younger sister. Explains why you're the other grumpy one. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations, and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She, less extreme after wearing old clothing. She experienced trauma. That was when her mom died. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, but unlike your sister, I don't think that this dwarf actually saw their mom die. Anyway, she is very quick to anger, and she lives at a high-energy kinetic pace. She tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and tends to reveal personal information. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she enjoys the company of others. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. I completely lost that last one. All right. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. She finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and believes the idea of war is utterly repellent. Win at peace at all costs. Values craftsmanship and values cunning. Likes Gabbro, copper, and plum agate, as well as green glass and giant deer antler and the color sky blue. Gauntlets in the words of the 10 ribis wisps and the sound of the euphoric butterfly. And prefers to consume glass eye and rice beer and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Do you have the urge to purchase an expensive pen now? I mean, I'm a pencil guy, so I can't really relate. Don't make your kids psychos? Well, no, I don't say don't make your kids psychos. You can make your kids psychos if you want. I generally just encourage people to turn off the chores that make your kids psychos if you don't turn them off, which is hauling corpses and cleaning, because those tend to be things that make kids go nuts in Dwarf Fortress because, you know, if you have to stare at dead bodies all day, every day as a child, with no real way of like actually burning off the steam and like recovering from it, and then becoming an adult after murdering 15 people, yeah, that's kind of bad for your fort. However, if you turn those off, they tend to not do that as often. It doesn't always mean they'll not do it. I mean, like, in this fort, that dwarf saw their mom die in front of them, so that kind of fucked them up a little bit. And then I didn't bury their mom's body for too long, and that fucked them up a lot more. Was it my fault? Probably. But, like, yeah, generally, I don't screw the kids up. Something on the offspring, the kids are all right. You love your expensive mechanical pencils from Japan? Oh, you're one of those. Right. Okay. Trying to think. What else do I need to show off in this fort? Probably something, but... I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here. And just make a pit pond right here. And just slowly start assigning random goblins to this. And these ghouls. Because I kind of need to get this cleared. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to see in this fort? Also, investments may be open. Let's check. Yes, they are. We have 7 beasts and a goat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 beasts and a goat. I think we're just going to work on beds for a little bit. Because I could do that pretty easily. Dulkin wants beers, by the way. So please post beers, chat. And another thing that we should probably start doing today for this fort is like the base level prototyping of what the final arena is going to look like. How about we do it here, actually? And do that and erase you. No space there. But if I go here, could put a tiny one in there, but nah. Although if I move you to up here, then there's space. I can keep going this way. Just have a bunch of dwarves dancing on your head all day. But hey, could be worse. Okay. Then after your next fort, you see what it did. So like I haven't fully decided on what I'm gonna do with the final beast. I think it kind of depends on what the fortress is, where the fortress is at. I think I'm between a few things. One of the options that I could do with the beasts at the end is if we somehow did actually manage to take over Hell, I could lock the dwarves in Hell and then release the final beasts. That could be fun. Another thing I could do is I could just let the beasts kill the dwarves. That could also be fun. I don't know. There's all kinds of like weird little options that I could have that are all kind of far-ish away, but you know. Thank you, Timco Steve. I think the reason that I can have so many organic shapes is because I honestly just don't care what my forts look like. Oh, also another thing is every single year, the Mountain Home is offering me barony, but I keep on rejecting them. Not because I don't necessarily want to be a barony, but because personally, I think it's much more important. It's much more important right now for me to actually have a front door that wagons could get into that doesn't cause them to topple, and right now it causes them to topple. And that's not very good, because it just hurts your relations with them. Also, we are only catching beasts currently from this cavern layer. I do actually have access to the other two, but they're sealed off, and I know for a fact there are forgotten beasts in the lower ones that can't get up here. So at some point I need to release them and open that door and see where they're at. So hopefully we'll do that today too. How do you prevent your artifacts from being stolen? I don't allow guests and visitors into my fort. I don't turn them off. I just disable them in the specific visitor rooms. If I'm allowing visitors, I seal off my artifacts as they're made. I feel like that's one of those systems in the game that desperately needs a rebalance. Yesterday, people were asking me a bunch like what my most anticipated features are, and the reason it's returned to systems is because I want to see that stuff worked on. But yeah, having a room blocked by walls is a pretty good way to go about it usually. And then up here, let's do green glass blocks. That should be right. Another thing that I'm also currently in the process of working on is this. This may, to you, just look like a pile of boulders. And you would be right. It is a very large pile of boulders. However, it's all going into this one stack. And I'm hoping to get this fortress mostly cleaned up of giant boulders. Because once I get the majority of them into here, then whenever I dig out a new area, just 50 wheelbarrows will appear, and then suddenly all the rocks will be gone. And that's kind of what I'm aiming for. That's kind of what we're aiming for. It's brand new. Gabe the Gabe in YouTube chat. It was added in the most recent patch. There's a giant tortoise skeleton. I think we should get rid of that. Yeah, because that's still set as a garbage dump. Also, I need to check if any of the burrows are on. None of the burrows are currently on. I've also done things where, like, every artifact will go into a different room and be walled up in a slightly different spot behind different materials depending on the room. Like temple artifacts will go into a room surrounded by gem windows or something like that. I've done things like that plenty of times as well. This also needs to get connected to that, and then pulled. What are the wooden constructions in this room in the water? You mean the wheels? Those are water wheels. They're generating power, which is what's powering my pumps, which is pumping lava up from the cavern layers. Or from the lava sea, not the cavern layers specifically. I think we need new loincloths. Am I not making loincloths? Oh shit, I'm not making loincloths. Because I just suddenly noticed a bunch of dwarves like, uh-oh. The game just like seized up in a weird way. I'm just gonna do a quick save. There's no crafting in adventure mode outside of the very basic stuff that you can do. There's like at least 3 pretty comprehensive mods that add a shit ton of crafting if you want crafting. Adventure mode is a lot more mechanically moddable than Fortress mode is. So like if you want to mod that adds wizard powers, you can, there's at least 2 that I can think of as well. There's like Dwarf Arcana, and then there's the other one. I think it's just Adventure Magic is what it's called. And then there's a crafting mod, which allows you to craft basically everything. There's also a DF hack script, which I'm not sure if it's been updated yet, called Adventure Fort, which lets you use workshops and stuff in Fortress mode. Yeah, there's a lot of mods that let you do that. Adventure mode traditionally has been the more, not modding friendly, that's the wrong word to use, but the more actively used as a mod. Well, there's just a slab there. These are just going to end up looking odd. Just wanted to know how to gear your guy. Think about adventure mode this way. It's mostly a bard / mercenary / murder hobo criminal game currently, if that makes any sense. So it's very much you're the bad guy, and you're gonna be the bad guy. Go be the bad guy game. I'm very confused by this. So it looks like it should be this, but it's not. It's actually this. Okay, maybe not. I shouldn't be so confused by this then, I guess. Let's unsuspend that. And also let's start channeling this out, because that's what we're going to be actually doing up here. We're going to channel these out. And you up here, I'm going to use these green glass blocks. Become this. But can you be a fungi? If a faction had playable plump helmet men, yes. But that's not all that common in my experience, at least. You better pray then. I've killed myself on my own weapon traps, so yeah, I can imagine that. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to tell the dwarves to stay underground. And then probably just close these gates. Because these gazelles are actually causing me some pain. Be the funnest guy. The fungest guy? First two options don't sound like you're that bad of a guy. I don't know. A merc is somebody who fights wars with no morals. That's pretty bad. I guess in like a fantasy setting, maybe not that bad in the grand scheme of things, but I consider that pretty bad guy in, as far as tropes go for player character types. That needs one more in. Certainly not good. Yeah, certainly not the good guy. Like, in like a cosmic sense, maybe not the worstest guy, but still not great. This is gonna continue this process that I'm currently building, except down and through an aquifer. So this is gonna get a little tedious. Why have they? Oh, I guess these are all just priority number 1, so they're just going for this instead, which I guess makes sense. But yeah, I'm gonna have to dig this, what I'm currently doing right now, through an aquifer. So this is gonna be real slow. You'll go back to looting bandits? Sure, do that. But Chad, how are you liking this fort so far? It's been a while since I've attempted any like bigger forts because the updates have been like consistent enough during like the adventure mode beta that like bigger forts were kind of a bad-ish idea because like I didn't want Tarn to be like, I added a thing that requires making a new world all of a sudden. And then suddenly I, was kind of, or would be, I guess, in theory, SOL because I'd have to go back and generate a new world. But what are you thinking of this fort? You enjoying this fort, chat? Are you okay with watching this fort for another 2 weeks? Because I think in order to kind of complete what I'm trying to do, I'm going to need to play this fort for another 2 weeks. Which is going to take a bit. I want to say this was diorite. Shale, actually. I mean, it's fair, Judosi. It's like looks great from the outsider's point of view. Good to know. I think maybe like, because I've been trying to figure out how to do longer term forts for a while because some people really like them, but I've always had like a hard time keeping audience interest up in longer term forts. I guess maybe what I need to do for longer term forts is just like have a pretty hard pivot of theme around halfway through. Like start off with one challenge and then swap to something else halfway through. It's like, if challenge is the word I must use, I'm starting to think that might be kind of the way to do it, I guess. I give a more satisfying feel for you as it grows. I can see that. So this is the first aquifer layer. But first we got to dig out this. That can be completed? Yeah. But that's the problem with mega projects, right? Is they're kind of the polar opposite of short-term objectives. Bioactive, the Dwarven Child, has claimed a Craftsdwarf shop and is now running off. Hey, chat, remind me in about 5 minutes to check on this kid if I don't. I should, just remember, but if I don't, let me know. I mean, right now the sole goal is to just we have a forgot. Huh. There's a forgotten beast like fighting with itself underground. That's mildly concerning. Right now we are, you know, working towards this construction project, but once this is done, then we can bring a baron in. And I can see if we'll actually, you know, get a billion nobles moving in. We'll see if Tarn actually fixed that bug, or if that's a world gen thing. I really hope that's not a world gen thing. We're in an ad break. I will pause game until ad is done. That is the exact plan. You nailed it, Judo C. I'm thinking between 50 and 100. So there was no, it wasn't creating them out of thin air. What it would do is when your fortress became the capital, so when the king and queen arrived, like, and also with the mountain home, every single noble in your faction that didn't have a home, which turns out kind of a lot often, especially ones that have been invaded or taken over, will just move in as guests, permanent guests that don't leave. Aside from that, they do leave. And then when they leave, they come back immediately after at kind of random intervals. And the issue with it wasn't that they were there. The issue was that if they died, a new dwarf would inherit their role and immediately visit as well, instantly, with no delay. This was a bug. And supposedly it's been fixed as of the last patch. If that's true, that's great. The main reason for this being an issue is like, every time you get sieged, like 50 to 100 nobles would just randomly die, at least in the case of the last fort that I had, which is actually why I retired it, because every single time I would like encounter any kind of siege, dozens of nobles would get killed, and I would get blamed for it. It was awful. You have a good nap, Bastet. You were in an ad. Okay, so essentially what happened was there was a bug in the game, Judosi, where when you'd become capital or mountain home, every single homeless noble in your faction would move in as a permanent guest, but not join the fortress. They would just hang around, and this in and of itself isn't an issue. The problem is they would come and go at random intervals, and when they would leave, and they would immediately reappear on a different half of the map or the same half of the map. So they'd leave the map and immediately come back. Other nobles will also sometimes visit when you're the capital. That's supposed to happen. But if they didn't have a home, they would just be there permanently. Now, this was an issue because if one of them dies, another one immediately would reappear. Apparently, that's been fixed. If this is true, that is exceptionally good news. And I'm very, very happy. If that isn't true, then I'm just kind of sad. So that's something I would like to check with this fort, is I'd like to become a barony to find out if that's actually been fixed. So this is just, you know, aquifer, so this is all going to flow in, but because I have this, I can also then do this, and do this, and then fill this in, and hopefully it'll stop flowing as quickly. Hello, George. How are you? Ooh. This might keep leaking. So what I need to do is I need to go into here and deconstruct these and then channel out the floor underneath this. Oh boy. Let's erase that one so that they still have somewhere to go. Because I did that a bit quicker than I was expecting. Yes. And the reason I'm doing all of this bizarre channeling is because I need them to be able to get to and from the surface without toppling the wagons. And right now, because of the aquifers down here, it topples the wagons, or would topple wagons. It's currently toppling the trade caravans anyway, but wagons would be even worse. So I'm trying to get this rebuilt so I can not worry about that anymore. And we're also waiting for dwarves to get up here and construct. I don't get a reduced amount. It comes out of Twitch's cut. You know what's funny is the 35% off actually means that Twitch is paying me an addition, or like Twitch is losing money for me when you gift 35. Because Twitch keeps 30%, so they must have like a sponsor who's covering that because they wouldn't lose money. Which is actually a little weird. But yeah, no, I still get the same cut, George. Trader wagons, yes. George. NDS. I just want to say thank you for those, because up until this point today, I have had one gift. An anonymous gifter gifted Bastet a sub. So you guys, you two, right now in the last 10 seconds are 100% of my tip revenue today. So thank you for the 10-pack of gifted subs from DS and the 5-pack of gifted subs from George. If that hype train starts, I will match gift subs. Need 2 more people. Either resub, 100 bits, prime sub, or gift subs. Makes sense why they're not doing that. It's not reachable. Green Tea, thanks for the 5-pack. Suited Giraffe, thanks for the 10-pack. I will state this. I will match subs with a maximum of 50, because I don't feel like maxing out my credit card today. So that's currently what? 10, 20, 30? 30 subs I have to gift. Twitch does make money normally, actually. Twitch was quite profitable a couple of years ago. But they did the same thing that everybody else did, which is they overexpanded and now they're not profitable again. Lightning Roger, thanks for the gift. Appreciate you. Time to watch DF. Watch more DF played by someone else. I mean, hey, that works. It's a good way to spend your day, my friend. You get, well, watching, depending on where you watch, LSD Jelly is more about what's better for you. Do you want me to respond to your messages quicker? Watch on Twitch. Do you not care and just want to lurk? Do what is best for you. Twitch generally pays my bills because of stuff like this, whereas YouTube, less than 5% of the revenue I get through YouTube comes from memberships and super chats. And YouTube doesn't pay as much overall in general. However, it's as long as you're watching, I'm happy. If you want faster chat responses, though, I generally look at the Twitch chat more, as it's often more active. Well, they were playing DF, and now they're watching DF instead of playing DF. I mean, hey, Judo, see if it works for you. If it works for you. You're a lurchin here? You're a lurchin. Are you an urchin, though? That's the real question. So Peds07, thank you very much for the 3 months, by the way. Peter, thanks for checking out a gift. Lightning Roger, thanks for checking out a gift. So that's what? Hold on. 5, 10, 20, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 gifts currently and 1 prime. So I will gift 33 at the end of the hype train, when the hype train is over, or up to 50. That's 37. If we get up to 50, I'll just gift 50 into the hype train. Bioactive, the Dwarven child, has created a Forgotten Beast Bone Warhammer and offers it to the Head Cave of Clobbering. Okay, that I would like to read. Bioactive. Hell of a creature. Creation. So Forgotten Beast Bone Warhammer, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with the Forgotten Beast Bone and blood, thorn, and dog leather. It is encircled with bands of emerald-cut praises and cushion jet cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of bloodthorn and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Okon in thunder. Wait, what? In what? In thunder? That's not what that says. In copper, yes. I'm going to give that... Ooh, I'm going to give that to the dungeon... Or maybe the hammer, which I don't have right now. And I will put that into the captain of the guard's office on a pedestal, I think. Because that is pretty cool. So that brings me up to 37 gift subs I'm going to gift at the end of this. It absolutely is a tax write-off for me, and I'm also not losing money because of the sale. Diamond. So trust me, this is very much self-serving. Let's also go here. And do floors for these future bedrooms. Josh, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you greatly. So that brings us up to 38, by the way. So what, 12 more? And then I'll throw 50 into the hype train? Be a pretty crazy hype train at that point. I mean, it only needs 9 to level up the hype train again. Thank you, Tony. I try. I know what it means, LSD Jelly. I can follow. Ice Blue, thanks for the 5-pack. Greatly appreciate you. Hype train's coming to an end. 33 seconds. So that's what? I said 38, 40, 41, 42, 43. In 30 seconds, I gift 43 subs. Or... if we get, what, 7 more? I'll just get 50 into the hype train. All right, it's my turn. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. You guys are very kind. So that was... Just going through and counting here. 5, 10, 20, 30, 31, 32, 33. Plus 5. So 38, 39, 44. Shout outs to anybody who got one of those. Post some beers, chat. Scrolling through who I landed them on. If there's any names I recognize. Well, there's a few. And thanks, chat. Did I mention in my gremlin video how long it took for the gremlin to take the bait and get trapped? Pretty quick once I built the trap. It just took about 10 years for me to notice there was a gremlin in the fort. Or in the basement, rather. Like, the fort had already existed for quite some time before I realized there was even the chance of catching a gremlin, but pretty quick, actually. The thing is, gremlins are always stealthed, so they're kind of hard to spot, usually. But it was like within an in-game year. I'm glad you like them, Jelly. How rare are they? I don't know, actually. They're probably more, it's one of those things probably where they're more common than you think, but it's just kind of luck of the draw. It's pretty hard to actually locate them in fort mode. Oh, certainly possible, loaf of bread. They're kind of like kobolds, where sometimes there's either a ton of them or none of them. That's your favorite combo? The OG one? I think the wine emote is actually almost... Actually, no, the beer emote and the wine emote are around the same age. I was going to say that the one is much older, but now that I think about it, actually, I don't think that's true. The main reason I'm assigning is just to speed up the bedroom claiming process. They'll claim them on their own. I just assign them so that I can see how many more bedrooms I still need to make. Just get an idea of how many more bedrooms I still need to make. The answer is a lot. Okay, let's go back up. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. I greatly appreciate that. It really does mean a lot. You know, I missed a week of streams putting together the Gremlin video, so now that it's up and out, it's good that we are recovering some of those numbers. Or it feels good to recover some of those numbers. I also super didn't need to put all pieces down here. Thank you. I'm done. Getting them done. How do you see who does not have a bedroom assigned? If you go to your bedrooms and you hit Z on the keyboard or open up this screen and you click on a bedroom and you click on the plus with the little dwarf, that lets you assign somebody to the room. But if you scroll down, it says who has quarters. So the ones at the bottom of the list already have a bedroom. The ones at the top of the list don't. So these dwarves here all don't have beds assigned. Kids don't really need them because they'll just share with their family. So if their family has a bedroom, the kids will use those. But that's what lets you see it. All these dwarves are currently carrying these copper cabinets over, which are pretty heavy. That's going pretty well. Lanix, yourself? Me? Keyfry? Yeah. I've had time to enjoy my new home. I mean, all of my time is spent here. I don't really leave it very much. Which is, you know, the reality. Anybody who's done work from home for any extended period of time will know what I mean. Like, I don't really leave my home very much, so. Exactly, LSD. You know what I mean. Already have that, way ahead of you. I have no idea what just caused that to cave in. So that's fun. Did I accident? Oh, I see what I did. Did that kill anybody? Doesn't look like it. We got impact death. It's fine. Whoops. It wasn't intended, but happens to the best of us, I suppose. Did I deconstruct all of the floors under that? I don't think I did, but... Someone's about to get stuck, aren't they? Practice, salad guy. I mean, when people start dying, the game does tell you. So if somebody starts dying that you can't see, it's just a matter of jumping to where they're dying. But outside of that, yeah, it's just a matter of like doing your best to keep up. Also, I just received a ping on my phone from Patreon, which I didn't realize it was allowed to do that. Part 2 of the no-clip doc is out. Just saying. Part 2 of No Clips documentary for Dwarf Fortress is out. I don't actually think they can get up here currently because I screwed this up, sort of. Oops. Chat, you can see what Ahunavirus said, right? Read it and respond. All of the dwarves are just dropping their blocks there because I kind of screwed this up, but nobody's perfect. All right, man, Opice, what kind of dwarf would you like? That's good to know. Channeling up underneath floors doesn't actually remove the floor underneath. Stonecrafter or an engineer? Would you like a dwarf with a beard or without a beard? We've got Dubar, we've got Soxul, we've got Rigoth, we've got Tosid, we've got Nish or Kib. All right, well then I would say Soxul or Dubar. This one is happier. So we got a stoneworker or an engraver. Who would you prefer? Tosid definitely does not have a beard. That is a lady. So would you like Soxul or Tosid? Stoneworker? Okay. Manopiece. Never feels hatred toward anyone or anything. Dislikes abstract discussions. Would much rather focus on practical examples and is made deeply uncomfortable by difference in appearance or culture. Is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is quick to anger. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and he tends to consider what others think of him. It's a very good dwarf name. You're not a dwarf. You don't have the right to say what is and what isn't a good dwarf name. Sheesh. Also, you spelled it wrong. It's clearly Sakzul. You human. Blech. Unless you're a bot, I don't know. Or a antelope, I don't know. Life goes on. Humans are strange. This is a deeply, he's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture, like humans, and is careful with resources when working on projects. Often spends unnecessary effort and is quick to anger. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to consider what others think of him. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship and likes to brawl. He is disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He is quite ambitious and has an active imagination and could be considered rude. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore and cackles when he's nervous and scratches his head when he's bored. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Jack, can I get a round of beers if you think Soxul is a good name for a dwarf? It's still your name. This is just your nickname. Your last name, actually, is Salvnation, which translates to Cybrek Kolsalam. I like coleslaw, too, so it's a good last name. He personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Bit of an ascetic, this one. He likes bauxite as well as billin and red tourmaline and hyena leather and horses for their strength and wolverine and prefers to consume giant wolverine and prickleberry wine and absolutely hates spiders. He felt euphoric due to inebriation recently and worships the god of death and is a member of the Ashen Cult, one of the death religions. Well, it's Salve, not Slav, but sure. Sorry, that kind of came out of nowhere. Usually I try to mute my microphone when I do that, but like I said, it kind of came out of nowhere. A vile dark forceness has arrived. Oh, they're there. Hold on. Do I have the front doors open? No. Fuck it. Let's fire the railgun at him. Why not? Seems more interesting than locking them outside. Question is, can they actually get into the fort right now? Currently, I don't think they can. I need these to get built. So hold on. Oh, well, that door's locked anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We'll just get this built, and then we'll fire the railgun at them. Because these need to get built before I can really do much. And also, I hope you're doing well, Nodokasa. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? You should know what to do. Except the hating other cultures stuff. Yeah, I mean that's the most extreme opinion that a dwarf can have on other cultures. It's just they're made uncomfortable, which, you know, could be worse. Thank you, Elephants, for the bless you. Then why don't you be on Twitch, Dakota Pool? Who's stopping you? If work is stopping you, that's a valid reason. Don't get fired from work in order to be in a Twitch chat. What's weird is when, like, people pop into the YouTube chat who are normally Twitch viewers and have a completely different username and then talk to me like they're the same person, and I'm like, I don't know who this is. Am I supposed to know who you are? I'm not a mind reader. I can't tell what your username is on a different platform without seeing it. I'm sorry, this isn't a superpower I possess, unfortunately. No, I can't read minds. I'm not the medium. There you go, Lord. I mean, watching on both, honestly, is the most bestest for me'sdest, Warnerd. Also, now I have a vague idea of what you are on YouTube, too. Although, YouTube folks, there's 80 of you watching right now and only 46 likes. You guys are missing... You're missing the plot somewhere. So hit that like button. You know, the letter X is significantly lower on the letter coolness factor due to recent events. There was this article on BuzzFeed that I used to reference pretty frequently, which was just like a tier list of the alphabet. So like the coolest letters. Wait, did I like, hold on. I super duper did. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This looks off. Maybe it's because this one still has floor on it. But this looks off for some reason. That's not hard. Sometimes YouTube chat needs help with the likes, so... It's a completely valid thing to do. Would you accept the powers that let you know all the names and aliases someone has used and or is currently using and where? I mean, I don't need superpowers for this. People just need unified branding. This is a term that we use in the biz. That is, you should probably have the same username on most platforms so people know who the fuck you are. Even if you don't use the platform, you should probably go grab your username. But that's because this is my job and I'm a weirdo. I'm convinced I screwed this up and didn't get all of these. No, I get it. Although, even if you're too lazy to sign in, keep track of your passwords. One of my artists actually, his computer died, and he doesn't remember his password. And he happens to live in a part of the world right now that, for one reason or another, cannot get password recovery sent to them directly anymore because of choices that his government has made. And this is a problem because... now he no longer has access to his Twitch account, and Twitch is not exactly being responsive to giving him his account back. So currently, one of my artists doesn't have access to his account, which hopefully he gets access to his account, because it kind of sucks. I use Bitwarden, but, I mean, 1Password is fine. I have 2 drawbridges, and I pull the levers when the beast is roughly in the middle with the goat to distract them, Journey. And it's worked quite well so far. Need to snag yours more often. Some asshole has Lanix and you're very disappointed. Whenever a new streaming platform appears, I go snipe my name on it. Okay, no, I did screw this up. This needs to be one tile further this way. Okay. At least I figured it out finally. Up here, you go here. You go here. Is Lanix like a space goat related thing or something? Or is this just you guys talking about how the number 7 makes it sound spacey? Okay, so they will knock out up to there, go up to here, and then go up to here and do this. These kinds of builds, especially when they're really far away from the majority of your fortress, are really slow and tedious. But this will be worth it when it's done. It'll look really cool when it's done. I should probably fire that railgun and blow those dudes up soon. You love space and goats. Okay. I mean, hey. If it works, it works. I don't know why these got suspended, but that got suspended for some reason. I have a way up again, so I can deconstruct this. I was right about this looking off, though, so I feel less crazy now. That's done. This can go away. This can go away. These are both getting built. Those are getting deconstructed. And then once this up top here is done, and by done I mean completely channeled out. You know what? Screw it. I will also just get rid of these, just for continuity's sake. Because I don't really want to have that hanging thing there. Wasn't sure what this was going to look like while I was building it initially. And then I can get rid of this, and then that. And then that'll bring us down to this level. Here I need shale for the corner. And I need to deconstruct all of this. Or channel out that. And then bring up green glass for here. And that should leave us in a pretty good spot. I make a new world when I'm bored of the one I'm playing. Content doesn't matter so much. It's more about, am I interested in the world that I've been playing recently? If the answer is yes, then I keep playing it generally for quite a while. But it's whenever I've either done what I wanted to do in that world or I'm bored and I want to do something else. Or when there's a new patch. If there's a new patch that adds new world stuff, then usually I generate a new world. What's up, Arthur? How's things? Your dwarf didn't last very long, by the way. I can't remember if you were here for the death or not, but you did not, in fact, last very long. Absolutely, you can make multiple forts in the same world. That is one of the most notable features of Dwarf Fortress, and one of the features that makes Dwarf Fortress cool. All right, we're almost done. Just got a few more blocks to build. And hopefully all of the water down here disappears, because that means I haven't screwed anything up. I have absolutely started forts and then switched sides, yeah. Yeah, that's fun to do. I don't generally do it, but I have done that in the past, yes. Have you ever done a series where you make a fort for like every race? I've done forts where you accept everybody, but I don't find managing multiple races interesting. I find it just kind of tedious. But I've definitely had very multicultural forts in the past. I don't think I've ever set out with that as the intended outcome, especially not recently, because there's a lot of problems, like the thefts being completely busted and were creatures visiting taverns, which they're not supposed to. That kind of keep me from doing visitor-heavy forts. Which, as those things get fixed, I'll be more receptive to doing that again. But I haven't done that in quite some time due to the general, stated annoyances with that. So once all these are done, then we'll lock the dwarves inside and let in the next siege. Elves are fine because at the very least they use the same clothing size as dwarves. You can expel guests. Same way you'd expel dwarves. So if you have like a bunch of bards that you don't want, just click on them and then click this button and you can expel them. You can tell them to go away. Motrap, hello. It's good to see you. As well as Googs, afternoon. Bone Doll, hello. You just found out that one of your old forts is occupied by goblins. 5,000 of them. Ah. I did that I had that in Winter Throne, and it took me multiple years to kill them all. It's a very slow process, but we did it. Okay, so you, and then you. Now I need one more dwarf who should still be constructing a building, which isn't you. 'Tis you, in fact. You've never made an open-air surface temple before? I've built surface temples, maybe not an open-air one. There's already less water flowing into here, which is good. Okay, so now that this is done, I'm going to remove this burrow and just leave them in the in-fortress burrow. Then we're going to wait. And once this dwarf is back inside, I'm also going to go up to here and turn off all of the collect webs jobs. Once this dwarf is back inside the fortress, we will seal the doors and we'll let the siege in. Expelled a necromancer who was stirring trouble. However, I couldn't expel the were-lizard even when it turned back into a human. Did you get a big pop-up when it entered the map, Journey, in YouTube chat? Like, did it say... like, you will know why you fear the night, etc., and then it attacked you? Because that's not a visitor. That's just, it's like considered the same as a hostile. So they'll leave of their own accord, but you can't tell them to leave. However, if it bites one of your dwarves and your dwarf becomes a were creature, then you could tell that dwarf to leave. I just saw this dwarf and it did not look like a dwarf out of my very shitty peripheral vision. Do I have a strange mood right now that I've forgotten about? No. Is there a way to make forts that help each other in some way? I mean, forts existing help each other. Oh, shit! This is good news. We appear to be through most of the boulders. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to erase most of this all the way up to here. And then this is going to be the portion of the stockpile that sticks around. Except what I'm going to do is I'm going to toss that in there. Then I'm going to go to this stockpile, and this has what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's 12 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. So that's 32. So let's just do 25 wheelbarrows in this zone. And then I'm going to show you guys something. Let's see how effective this actually is. So let's just get my soldiers to dig through this. Or not my soldiers, my miners. My soldiers. Let's get my miners to dig through this. Just kind of as an experiment. Although I am also, I guess, removing most of the burrows, so or most of the ramps. So instead, I'll actually do 2 layers going up. Just make sure there's no trees up here. No trees, cool. We'll do some layers going up, except for that. And we'll also dig out this stuff over here. So we'll see how effective my wheelbarrow brigade is now. Most of my miners are busy. This should be in the in-fortress zone, which it is. Here they come. If you click on the individual soldier, it will tell you whether or not they can reach the location. Or if you look under this screen, yeah, I just got an email saying that it's out. And I should watch the final edit. I've seen rough edits of them, but I haven't seen the final edits. But yeah, I get shouted out in the no clip doc, which is nifty. So essentially what should happen is the second boulders start arriving, just a flurry of wheelbarrows should show up. And all these boulders should be carried away very fast. Because all of these wheelbarrows up here that are sitting in like a wheelbarrow battery are just going to immediately be pushed by dwarves over to collect these boulders as they arrive. So ideally, we should never really have piles of boulders lying anywhere. They should all just be immediately collected and then removed upon appearance. Darius, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you, man. Check, can I get a round of beers for the individuals who got gifted dwarfs, including Rice-A-Roni, who I think's in chat right now, and several other names I know. Cheers, mate. Thank you muches. But yeah, these all just have haul tasks on them. So it's just dwarves go over here, grab the wheelbarrows, and then zip, zip. And then these boulders then immediately get stacked onto this pile. And it's a pretty good time from the looks of things. Up here as well. I don't know why this track stop ain't working. Need to remake that one, I think. All right, so the door is shut. The way is shut. How about the other one? That's shut. Okay. Let's open the front door, which is over here. Got a notification they were on sale. Yeah, there's a 35% discount as of today. Which means literally I take 30% of sub revenue from Twitch. So if there's a 35% sale, something doesn't add up for Twitch mathematically. But that's okay. I'm here for it. It's fine with me. Dwarf here conducting a meeting. How is baddies? They should be heading towards the door. Here they come. Pretty quickie. It's gonna be fun watching them run down from the top. Just kind of the idea. They're also chasing that gazelle. It's kind of funny. What was that underground / in fortress etc. screen? You mean this? Window blinds? These are hotkey binding. You click this button and it then binds that hotkey F1 through like Shift plus F8. You mean this? These are burrows. So you click, drag, and make areas, and then you assign the dwarves to those areas, and when they're unpaused and that X is set, then they stay within that area generally. Although it doesn't automatically cancel jobs, so you may have to cancel your own jobs. All right, so we've got goblins. Although I just realized something. I got another drawbridge I gotta pull. Somebody please go pull that lever quickie wiki. Thank you. Now pull this lever. Now pull this lever. Here goes shot number 1. Flying pretty quick. Let's see if we're going to hit anything. Oh, this guy might have a bad time. Yep. Is in fact having a bad time. He's now stunned, bleeding. Getting pushed alongside of his friend, who's still getting pushed because momentum is a powerful thing. And that's insult after injury, I guess, which also hit Utes here. I'm looking for more. Okay. Those gazelles are still alive. I think it's just this guy. Probably heard some is shooting at the gazelle. I was like, what are you shooting at? Sees the gazelle and was like, must fight. The skid marks are the best part. Like, honestly. The skid marks are genuinely some of the best part. Let's fire the next 2 shots, I think. So that's this one. Here goes round 2. Okay, well, that guy's sitting there going, whew, glad I'm bleeding to death here and not there. Oh, well. Oh, I see. The siege already split. I kind of want to dump lava on them, even though I absolutely don't need to. Where's the next one? Oh, there it is. I missed it. So that did break the siege. I kind of am not going to... I don't think I'm going to bother. Let's just pull all these real quick. So let's just dump some lava on them. For the sake of testing. I also haven't tested the drainage yet. Goblins are also pretty far away, so it's actually going to take a while to fill this. Oh, shit. I should also probably close this. And also close this. So whenever they... There it is. I was going to say whenever they feel like it. Lava's gonna go wee. Now what I need to do is I need to figure out... I think this is how I turn this off. Yeah, actually. This is how I turn this off. So let's go shut this whole setup down. And I'm shutting this whole setup down. I actually don't know what you're connected to. Okay, so you come from here, you go there, go over to there, and then go over to there. Okay, sweet. I'm shutting this whole setup down here so that I could actually expand this now, which currently I can't. So now that you're still pumping, but you're going to run out of lava to pump pretty quickly because you're no longer pumping. So we'll just let this... Oh, it's filling up my hallway, kind of. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Should close this. Once this runs out of lava in here, and this is all pumped into here, I drain it out this way. What I can do is I can then expand the top up here to all the way down to the end. The next thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go to my rock storage space, my boulder storage up here. I'm going to add lignite to it. We're just going to do that. I'm also going to go into here and I'm going to turn off the burrow and just turn on underground. And I'm going to go over to down in here. I'm going to unforbid everything up to here. See if they'll start working on that. I also heard a strange mood, so let's follow that. It's a child, Bessemer, who's driven by unknown forces. Now I have this annoying thing. When do we watch part 2 of the no clip documentary on Twitch? Do I do it at the start of tomorrow, or do I do it at the end of tonight? Because it'll split my VOD up. Because they use music that I don't have licensing for, so I kind of want it to either be at the beginning or the end, so I can trim it if I need to. One of the only things in the universe stronger than momentum is compound interest. True, yes. Or human stupidity. I also like that this child is making an artifact out of lignite. What'd you claim? You claimed a craftsdwarf shop? That's interesting. What else have you claimed? Literally just lignite. You've yet to have a fort you've played for more than 3 months. Something you've always just happens that's like not game breaking, but it becomes such an inconvenience to play. Do you mean 3 months real time or in-game time? Friend in YouTube chat, what would villains do? Because there's probably a solution to your problems. It's one of these things where I find in most cases when someone's like, oh, I stopped playing because this thing was too inconvenient or something, there's almost always a in-game solution to it. Like a really common one is like people seem to think that you have to manually queue up every job, but like the manager exists. Dwarves will not put food in barrels. Will they not put food in barrels? Or do you have too many tasks stopping them from putting food into barrels? Like, what is the job cancellation notice you see? You may just not have enough barrels. There's also a possible issue. Or you don't have enough stockpiles. Or you have too many. What I would say with questions like that, in my Discord, there's a room called DF Questions, and then answers, obviously, where you can ask questions. If you post screenshots in there, people can very quickly just be like, boom. It sounds like you're just at the level where you'll just run into things that you'll need somebody to be like, oh, you need to do this, this, and this. But like, they're all very simple things. It's just not things that you might immediately clock that you need to do or something that you're doing wrong. Good quality lignite is a deep black and shiny when polished. Oh, that's true. I've actually been thinking about making blocks out of lignite and using it for construction as like a different material color. So, you know. All right, let's get back to that stairwell and then we'll worry about beasts. Also, I'm going to go down to here briefly. Go to this. Chuck another goblin in there. Slowly. Working on it. So I am the easiest Discord in the world to join, Romulus. It's literally just use the join code BLIND or type an exclamation point Discord in my chat. Should link you to it. Or click on the Discord image in the description of the stream. Or if you're watching on YouTube, click on the Discord link. Or just open up your install of Discord and just use the join code BLIND because, you know, discord.gg/blind. Yes, there you go. Does anybody know what region or country is GG? Like, who's getting paid for that domain? Okay, looks like we're clear up here. So far, so Dwarf. Although, let's actually do all of this. Oopsies. Second. So I guess the way to do this would just be go across there, and go across there, and go across there, because I need to just clear this corner out first. Good grief. Dot good grief. Dot god damn it. Also get rid of all this. I also need a bunch more miners. All right, if you're a peasant that's not currently gainfully employed, grab a pickaxe and get your ass up here, dwarfs. For Ballywhack of Gersnake? What? Huh. You know, honestly, like I said a second ago, it sounds like you're probably either overthinking or underthinking things. Just making like, if you are brand new to Dwarf Fortress, don't worry about being so specific. What would villains do? You're worrying about like macro management in Dwarf Fortress most of the time, not micro level management. You sound like you're fixated on micromanagement. If you're brand new to the game, do not, for the love of anything that walks with two legs, worry about micromanaging Dwarf Fortress if you're brand new to the game. Worry about large-scale systems, one thing at a time, because otherwise you will literally just drive yourself insane, feel like you're progressing nowhere, and never figure anything out. That's the best advice I can give you. You can take it or leave it. But do not worry. If you value your sanity in any sense of the word, do not worry about micro-level management. You can buy .domain. I've seen .domains before. Like, I saw evilvillain.domain once, which I think actually linked to a Tumblr account, which was pretty funny. But I don't know. I'm very much just I see a low hanging fruit, easy level joke, which is why I own stupidskull.com, because at the time my only emote was a skull, which was Crypt Calcium. So, you know. I am the proud owner of stupidskull.com. Don't talk to me about domains that make much sense. Because I don't truck with those. You can own a .coke. I don't sell enough cocaine to own a .coke, thank you very much.
48. That's at least one more than two.
I've done a quick maths once or twice in my life, and I've got to say that I think that you might be onto something there, Goffer, and may or may not be correct. Thank you very much for the 48th month resub. I appreciate you greatly, man. Bah! Why is there a goblin in my fort? There's just a dwarf, like, right... Oh, I see. It's because this dwarf is pit-ponding him into the lava. That's fine. It scared me for a second. He had a weapon. That is a very not stupid domain, I can confirm. In fact, if anything, I would say that was one of the most successful video game election campaigns that I've ever witnessed. Because just never forget the day that the official Gremlin for Mayor livestream had like 500 people watching. That was a brilliant day. It was kind of amazing watching an inside joke from this chat, like, come to fruition as Dwarf Fortress released on Steam. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool little thing to witness that. I was there and I remember. Oops, nope, those are green glass blocks. I need shale. And let's go down here. Shale there, wall pieces there. Walls all the way around the edge. Because if we don't throw the bill into the lava, then eventually the bill is going to grow into a William, and that's terrifying. Why is there a bunch of wild boars walking into my fort? It's going to cause problems, probably. Nope, nope, shale. That's what I need for this. And then green glass. And then once this is done, I can then deconstruct these and get rid of this. This is not even remotely a tedious task.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins.
Why is ketchup illegal? Because I don't like ketchup, and I did this rant once, and it became an in-game, or not an in-game joke, like a channel in-joke, and when you have a channel in-joke, you run with it, because it's funny for the people who remember and confusing for everybody who doesn't remember, which makes it funnier for the people who do remember, and inside jokes are healthy when you're, you know, in a silly community that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things like mine. So that's literally all it is. Spicy mustard, yes. Yellow mustard, I can live without. What's the deal with dead birds on the surface? I mean, what's the deal with airplane food? You probably have a bunch of cats in your fort. They tend to make birds dead. Words are hard. But yeah, cats tend to make dead birds. And so if you have dead birds on the surface and there are cats in your fort, it's probably... I think I may have found your problem. But no, the whole ketchup is illegal thing is just, it's an in-joke. I haven't really liked ketchup since I was a little kid. I'm an adult. I'll eat it. There was a point in my life where if somebody put ketchup on food, and by point in my life, I mean when I was a child, if someone put ketchup on something that I was supposed to eat, I just wouldn't eat it. Like, I would just go hungry that day. Because I was a child once. And I've told this story because, you know, when you talk to people on stream, you know, you reminisce sometimes about times long past. Because that's fun and entertaining. People like doing that. And in that instance, you know, it was fun to talk about. That's all it really is. All right, let's do green glass around the edge of this and get rid of the aquifer access. I'm also not a fan of mayo on its own. I don't mind mayo as a condiment on things, but there are some people who will basically just like eat mayo on its own. I think mayo used sparingly and in appropriate places is very good. I think a lot of applications of mayo kind of can, like, you can ruin a dish with mayo easier than you can make a dish good with mayo, if that makes any sense. I don't hate mayo in theory. I just feel like people go a bit overboard on the value of mayo. I prefer an aioli 10 times of the week over a mayo. And I realize you need a mayo to make an aioli, which is why, like, for me, there's condiments and then there's ingredients. Mayo is an ingredient. It's not a condiment to me. It's something that'll add to a thing to make something better. Aw, thank you, Bonesaw. That's so kind of you. You see, I'm kind of similar in basic yellow mustard. I'll eat it, but I will never have it in my house. It's never going to be like a high priority thing that I need to have around in like any real instance. I'm obviously speaking about the shop version. Homemade is kind of its own deal. But when it comes to mayonnaise for me, I will not make mayo at home. I'll make hollandaise sauce at home, but I won't make mayo at home. I don't like mayo enough to do that. Unless I'm doing something very specific that needs a very specific kind of mayonnaise, in which case then I'd consider it, but I would find other ingredients that perform a similar function to use instead, personally. Yeah, and I probably wouldn't like the sandwich cake. It looks pretty, but I probably wouldn't like the sandwich cake. Like, if mayo is the #1 ingredient thing in a thing, I'm probably not going to want to eat it. I don't mind a chipotle mayo, though, as like a dip. That's a pretty good dip. I can roll with that. Dwarf is possessed by unknown forces. Doesn't seem to be needing to make something, just standing in my hospital. Look at their highest skill that can be made into a mood. So like in this case, if I didn't have a clothing shop, this dwarf would do that. They would just stand there because I wanted a clother shop. Because they're a clother. So look at their highest level skill that is moodable. Boyer is pretty common, yeah. Or Siege Workshop is another one that comes up relatively often in these. Let's just see, do I have any forbidden stuff that should be unforbidden? A bunch of floor tasks that are. This might be a slow and tedious task right now, but it'll look awesome when it's done, I swear. End up stoneworkers from smoothing. Yeah. I mean, I usually try and make a pretty early game guild hall for a moodable skill that I want to prioritize for strange moods. Usually like a weaponsmith's hall or an armor, an armor hall where they learn to make armor, something like that. I always try and have like something like kind of prepped and ready to go as like, all right, this is what I want my strange moods in this fort to primarily be, at least early on. Because it does genuinely work quite well when it comes to being specific about what you want your dwarves to use and make into artifacts. Like if you just want weapon artifacts, just make a weaponsmith's hall before you make a tavern, because they'll socialize in there too, and just make it public to anybody in the fort, and don't allow like outside visitors, and then you won't have problems with outside visitors. But unless you want to allow outside visitors, but just got the game and you were wondering if I could recommend a good video to watch for noobs. I have a getting started guide for fortress mode and a getting started guide for adventure mode. Shameless self-plug. That's a thing in YouTube chat. If somebody in either chat could go to the YouTube chat and link that video, that'd be great. So I don't have to tab out because the save is about to be done. Dwarven Child has created Kalanmaram, Dana Demolospesmer, a lignite amulet. Ooh. And offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. What it look like and what it be. This is a lignite amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round bandfire opal cabochons, ooh, and encircled with bands of forgotten beast bone, and table-cut bandfire opals. And this object menaces with spikes of llama's wool, and on the item is an image of Einod Lake's paper, the dwarf and dwarves in lignite. Einod Lake's paper is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf. Einod Lake's paper to the position of Queen of the Tower of Clobbering in the year 178. On the item is an image of Doomed Key Cloisters, the dwarf and dwarves in sterling silver. Doomed Key Cloisters is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Doomed Key Cloisters to the position of King of the Tower of Clobbering in 157. On the item is an image of the Fed Connection. Very similar to the Miami Connection, I presume. The green glass hatch cover, never mind. And Forgotten Beast Bone. On the item is an image of a millstone in gold. Happy to help. Rats for mats. Okay, now I'm just waiting on this. Let's also go down into here and down into here so that I can start, uh-oh, this may actually block my way in, so that I can start making ramps up. Green glass. Yeah, okay, they can still go up. We're good. And then along here. Anonymous Gifter, thanks for the 3 gift subscribes. Maybe it's an enormous amulet. I think it's probably a normal size amulet because it's not super heavy, unless someone else got a super heavy one. I do think it's kind of funny sometimes when you get an amulet or something and it just weighs a shit ton for no reason. Which happens sometimes. Okay, so now I can do this. I can also go up to here and do this. Which will probably cancel a bunch of these, but that's fine. Mostly just waiting on this right now. Which may actually get canceled because of the construction I'm trying to do. These are still trying to get done. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 3-pack? Big thanks. You're wondering... here, I'll just go grab the video and check into the YouTube. I think somebody's stuck in the Twitch chat, but hold on. Let me just grab it. This is my basic Fort mode video in the YouTube chat. Sorry, I realize this ain't the most exciting gameplay currently, but sometimes Dwarf Fortress is just Dwarven renovation and construction simulator. And in order to get this spiral staircase through the caverns, like, you know, we gotta build it one block at a time. That seems bad. What's... Uh-oh. Oh. Well, deep space is now in mid-air space. Ooh, that looked pretty bad. His left hand is mangled beyond recognition, and he's taking a nap. Well, at least he's just taking a nap. He can still walk, too, so... That looked painful, but I think everything is fine, right? Hang in there, dude. Chat, please, now is a good time to sign a get well soon card for Deep Space. Everybody's favorite Dwarf. Definitely. He was just following orders. It wasn't his fault. And he didn't die in the process. You just like my company? Blind IRL Media Incorporated, which definitely is a real company, yes. You had a question about building though through light aquifers. I know that with a stairwell, you have to either smooth the surrounding block or build or dig out a row and build walls around. But how do you stop leaking water in a wider area if you're trying to build an underground trade depot? You have to. So if you see what I'm doing here, like I'm starting up and I'm channeling everything, i.e., I'm removing the whole layer below because the ceiling leaks water too. It's not just walls. So if you dig horizontally into an aquifer, the ceiling is going to leak. So you have to remove the ceiling. I would just say build your trade depot underneath the aquifer or above the aquifer and just don't worry about it. Because doing stuff like this is very, as you can see, pretty slow and also pretty time consuming and pretty tedious, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I don't mind it. I think this kind of parts of Dwarf Fortress is like, it's like a weird puzzle. So I don't mind it, but like, it can be pretty slow. So it was only uploaded like 30 minutes ago and I'd already started playing. I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to watch it. I've already seen it. For full disclosure here, I've seen all of the episodes. Well, I haven't seen the last episode, but, I've seen the first 2 episodes already. No, actually, I've seen the first 3 episodes already. I haven't seen the last episode, but yeah, it was just uploaded. What the footnotes of this fort? Catching forgotten beasts, planning to make them fight hell, currently building a stairwell down into the first cavern layer that isn't getting buckets of water dumped through it all the time. So that I can actually bring in traders from the mountain home and become a, mountain home without having to, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Without having the wagons get toppled, because the way the ramps were dug here previously goes straight through an aquifer, which makes a lot of water dribble down. And at the corners, it actually causes dwarves to drop all their stuff if they're trading with you, and that's suboptimal by a lot. So I am in the process of dealing with this as a problem. Is kind of the very top level what up with this fort kind of thing. I did say capturing Forgotten Beasts to fight hell. If I go here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6. Set 7. This is not a Forgotten Beast yet, but will be eventually. It'll be consumed by one, which is the next best thing. But I want to get this stairwell done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Goat! Thank you, Polaris. Couldn't link in YouTube chat? Oh, really? Is there like links blocked in YouTube chat or something? Oh, interesting. The more you know. But that's the that's kind of the TLDR of this fort. That one got forbidden, gotta unforbid that. Gotta go here, go green glass. Gotta go here, go ramp with shale. What, the goat? Yeah, terrifying. The spookiest jump scare you could possibly have. I'll be having nightmares about that one for weeks. It's gonna haunt my nightmares and I'll be like, Nicholas Latifi, is that you? Well, the goat is the bait. I use goats as bait because if I use dogs, chat complains, and if I use cats, chat complains more. So I use goats because people go, hee, goat dead. Turns out people don't have much empathy when it comes to goats generally, which maybe says something about people or it says something about goats. I'm not sure which. I have no elves to use, so that would be difficult. Also, I think I'm still technically allied with elves. Or at least the nearer factions. There are some further away elvish factions that I'm at war with, but I'm not fighting with elves really in this fort, so it's not really something that has any purpose. It's easier to just use goats because I have a lot of goats too. Ah, I see where I screwed up. About the goat and the sacrificial lamb, completely missed it, but I believe you. There's definitely something to be said for, like, it comes across as, like, a religious thing, though. I have no idea. I can't even remember. I don't think I've dug too deeply in this world yet. Which does actually make that kind of a mystery. I don't really know what kind of beasts we're going to be up against. We're getting a migrant wave. This is slowing down the water pretty dramatically, though, although there's still quite a lot of it. Don't know exactly where it ends. I guess it's like quite a few more layers. Then explain why my dwarves are all using trees. And also, apple pie replica, I'm going to be very polite to you right now. Please understand this as nicely as you possibly can. I try to keep this chat chill and fun to be around, and RPing racism stops that from being fun to be around pretty quickly, at least for me. So just remember, dwarves are the least, like, racist characters in Dwarf Fortress. Your human is showing. That's all. Just be like the dwarves. Be tolerant. If you go to any dwarven fortress in the overworld in adventure mode, you'll see elves, goblins, dwarves, a wide menagerie of different characters. Just a light aquifer, yeah. It just takes a little bit of time to dig through it. Dust prone or not, once they're butchered, it's fine to eat them. In the case of demons, as long as they're unintelligent demons, because not all demons are animals. Some demons can talk. If they can talk, then no, you can't eat them. Goblins have all of the most extreme settings enabled, which means some goblins are like very, 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 very neutral, or like very lawful good. Goblins are just a faction of extremes. If you actually look at the ethics, I would argue that the humans are probably the most evil. If you actually look at like the hard-coded character ethics, on average, humans are the evilest faction. Elves are just particular. Just doesn't feel right. There is a reason for that, which Tarn mentioned once in a talk, which is murder is legal in Goblin society. So if they're not immortal, they tend to just die out because they kill each other off. So, you know, which is kind of a problem. But yeah, I also kind of agree. It's weird that goblins are immortal. They wouldn't starve. They would just like mass kill each other. The kobolds. I don't think they do. I haven't been seeing them as much though. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess they could starve if they didn't have food sources. I've been seeing them more in adventure mode, but not like about the same in fortress mode. So I don't know. I presume they've been tweaked, but. Murder would have to be legal if the species was immortal. Yeah. Yeah. Although, if goblins weren't immortal, this is just a speculation thing, they would be able to become necromancers. Goblins can't become necromancers because they're immortal. If goblins could become necromancers, they would all just immediately become necromancers because goblins tend to be greedy. So if they all just immediately became necromancers, then they would be ridiculously overpowered. Because they'd all just immediately become necromancers because they have access to the slab. The slab is right there. So they'd all be immortal anyways. So maybe they could just like remove their ability to read?
Crypt beer.
That would make things difficult. I don't know. That's like just a realization I've only just had, so. It's going to take a while to finish, Soki, but yeah, it does look great. Notokasa, thanks for the 22nd months. The 20th of second month. It means a lot, dude. But yeah, because they're not immortal, they can't... Because they're immortal, they can't become necromancers. So, like, I feel like a world where one faction just has basically unlimited access to the secrets of life and death right off the bat would be absurd. Maybe they shouldn't be so intelligent. Why not? Why are we gotta defund the goblin school system like this? I don't know. I think my favorite thing about goblins, like immortality aside, my favorite thing about goblins is how every now and again, because they're so varied, you'll get a goblin that shows up at a dwarven fortress with a dwarven name with a beard in their description, because often good goblins have beards, but they're more likely if they have a dwarven culture. They show up with a beard, with a dwarven name, and they're like 8th generation dwarves because their entire family is just very dwarf-like, and they're the ones that do that the most. You see them mostly in adventure mode, but every now and again they'll show up as like bards or something. And I really like that about goblins. Like I had a goblin king once, which my chat at the time was just making fun of. They're like, "Oh, you traitor, blah, 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 goblin king." And I'm just like, he is literally a more dwarfy dwarf than most of my dwarves. Like, my dwarves aspire to be as dwarfy as this guy. Like, he was very much the, like, you know, crap. Oh, no, that's, oops. Well, I had my first oopsie. Rip. Is that being stored in a tomb? Yes, it is. Beers for the fallen, chat. Literally, he fell. I got too excited and clicked too many things at once. Even if they couldn't read, it would only be a matter of time before they learned. Yeah, someone else could teach it to them, right? So yeah, I think either they need to like not have the ability to, like, Secrets of Life and Death would need some reworks, or goblins would just be like busted OP. I'm not sure what the solution is to that. That's something for the developers of the video game to figure out. Also, out of curiosity, how many of you guys are watching the No Clip Talk right now? I should just expect my chat to be a little bit quieter today because everybody's probably just watching it. Episode 2 released like an hour and a bit ago, Twizzler. Also, Twizzler, I hate to break it to you, but you should have waited a couple days on those gift subs because there's big discounts now. But thank you all the same. Never mind. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Thank you very much for the 20-pack. That's a lot of subs, man. So, fun fact, because I'm a very fortunate individual, I have enough paying subscribers here on Twitch that I get 70% of my sub revenue. And because it's a 35% discount, something about the math doesn't add up to me. Like, somebody's losing here, and I'm not totally sure how. It's not me. I can tell you that. But, like, I'm not sure how this makes sense as a sale, so Twitch is losing 5% technically, unless somebody's sponsoring it, which is probably the actual reality. I'd be willing to bet that some company somewhere is, like, propping this up. Sweet, sweet ad revenue? Yeah, no. Although it is only a fraction of the, like, streamers on Twitch who are actually in that position, so. I'm simply one of the lucky ones. Yeah, it doesn't affect my income, no. I'm building a spiral staircase, and the reason I'm doing it so slowly is because I'm going through an aquifer right now. Once we're through the aquifer, the construction will speed up quite a bit. But I'm building a spiral staircase down into the first cavern layer that's going to finish up right here, and then connect to a road, which is going to go across here, down into here, which is then going to go down and into here. Speaking of down and into here, it's much clearer. Let's just pull this lever and go down into here and forbid all this. Some stuff will burn, that's fine. Let this whole thing drain out. And then up here, I can extend this all the way along. Don't has enough dolomite. Could just do this the easy way. Swap it out with a different rock type. Or just remove it. I may actually just do that. Yeah, I think we'll just do that. Well, they might just be trying to onboard new people. Or trying to keep, like, streamers happy. Both are logical things for a business to do. Although there is also the reality that right now is like a 4-year low in average subscribers for streams, mostly because of the time of the year, but also like the state of the planet. So they may also just be trying to stimulate stuff and, you know, do stuff. YouTube take notes. What? Try and do things that their creators like that keeps them happy. Yeah. See, unlike YouTube, Twitch actually has like a couple companies that could theoretically be competitors, even though they're not really competitors. Twitch actually has like competing platforms that are similar levels of quality, whereas like YouTube is just so far ahead in a way of everything else that could be considered a competitor when it comes to hosting video like that. It's kind of a non-starter. Okay, so we'll just leave that down there. I'm actually gonna go to this. Go down to here. Go dolomite. Dolomite. This is gonna be a little bit of a distraction from the current project, but it's other projects that need to get done too, so all puts us in roughly the same spot eventually. Dolomite, baby. Yeah. I'm sure somebody said that in Futurama. I don't remember the particular line, but so I will just simply take your word for it and believe you. Yep, I'm aware. Like I've said several times today, I've seen up to episode 3 already. I'm curious of like if I'll even notice the traffic. Like, my YouTube channel's in such a weird place right now where I'm actually growing pretty quickly currently. So I wonder how noticeable it'll be. It'll be neat if it is. Like, I'm certainly not going to complain about a shout-out. But I wonder if, like, YouTube will notice that it's and tell me that there's an influx, because sometimes it does and sometimes it just kind of doesn't. But we'll see. Things have slowed down a little bit since the Gremlin video and the boat murdered down the rabbit hole video. But things are still definitely up from where they were previously, so I ain't complaining. How do I handle bedrooms? You're trying to decide if you should just have a layer for mass bedrooms? I think bedrooms in Dwarf Fortress are kind of, everybody has their own different strat. And for me, it depends on the fort. Like, sometimes I'm very maniacal about making sure that I have, like, enough bedrooms for everybody at all times. Sometimes I don't give a flying fuck. This fortress has been kind of the latter, where I just kind of don't care. And sometimes I'm very, very, very specific about making sure that I have enough bedrooms. And it varies pretty wildly for me. Sometimes I just make a dorm and, like, kind of ignore most of the dwarves, and some of them get beds, but most of them don't. Like, that's not too uncommon for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? Oh, I see. It's because I'm screwing it up again because I'm good at this video game, I swear. Which means what I need to do is I need to go here. I'm like fucking this up. And I'm not even like... Let's just do it this way. It'll be easier for my stupid brain. If you're in an Untamed Wilds biome, yeah, no, unicorns can be kind of brutal. They may be magical creatures, but they also want your intestines in pieces on the floor. Okay, so you need to go away right here. And this right there. That's where the green glass boulders go. Need to wait for access. So I guess what I could actually do here is I could do green glass right there. I can make this work. Your new militia is gone. Your one guy beat it with his hands, but then he passed out in the unicorn. Yeah, I mean, if it's a young fort, you may very well have struggles. I love the wheelbarrow brigade. It's lovely to see. Let's actually just go all the way down, up and down through here. Clear all this. Then up here. You keep clearing this, although there's one right there, which means actually, let's just clear. What am I saying? Let's clear that and this. I realize this is kind of a mess looking at. Still prospering? Yeah, honestly, like in comparison to the way this fort was in the earlier game, yeah, this fort's doing real well. Your dwarf's still alive and still kicking. Still doing malicious stuff. Although I haven't been super risky with my military recently, so there is that. Cage traps took them out. I haven't had, like, I've done a couple Untamed Wilds biome, like, embarks recently, but, or not in Untamed Wilds, Joyous Wilds, like, good aligned Untamed areas recently. But none of them have actually had unicorns. It was a bit annoying, actually, when I did that last, but kind of a wee bit of a disappointment, I guess. Really hope a dwarf who's coming to construct stuff shows up soon and builds this. Can you have Unicrons? You might need to mod your game a wee lot for that. A wee lot! There's a whole movie that, there's a whole movie, I mean, nobody needs Unicron, there's a whole movie on that subject. It's probably more than it. There's more than a movie, right? I'll be completely honest, I can't remember if that's Gundam or Transformers, and I feel kind of bad about this right now. I don't know why, but I do. It's like, I know it's big robots, but it is Transformers? Okay. Just, sorry, I don't partake in children's cartoons enough, clearly. This is a me problem. It's big robots. Yeah, sorry, there's too many big robots, guys. Like, at least I was right. I knew it was big robots. I should have remembered, you know, because Decepticon and Replicon and Con Artist and I'm halfway there, I guess. I'll earn grandpa credit, you know? It's like the out-of-touch old guy. Give him a pass. He's an idiot anyway. He's got, smokes too much of the devil's lettuce and forgets all the things. How in the weeds do I tend to get with World Gen when you're setting up my worlds? I hate answering like this because I feel like a douche. It depends on how lazy I am. Sometimes I'll if I go into a world with like a particular thing that requires me to get very deep into the weeds, and that's the first fort that I'm doing, sometimes, generally I use advanced world gen. I usually just more or less use the default parameters and tweak rain a little bit, and turn down the amount of available minerals. That is like 90% of the world gen stuff that I do, usually. So, yeah, I'm usually not that deep in the weeds with such things. See, I prefer green glass. It's less that I prefer green glass and more of a, I find clear glass a bit annoying to make. Although looking at this, I might go in after the fact and replace the floor sections with some clear glass. I also just don't generally use crystal glass because it's a pain in the ass to make. Any advantage of glass? It is lava safe and high value, and it's infinite. Those are the advantages of it. It's also, I would say that actually the fact that dwarves have to make them is an advantage because it satisfies crafting needs, which is always a plus. Because as long as you have access to sand, you have infinite glass. Hello, Clockwork Dragon. Hope that you're doing well. Josh, though, you already have a dwarf, so you're gifting it to someone in YouTube chat. Are you going to select someone for me, or do I have to do a mini game? Yeah, crystal glass requires rock crystal, which makes it very slow and tedious. Any disadvantages of glass? It can be tedious to make. Minigame? All right, YouTube folks. The first person to put 3 beer emojis in my chat gets a dwarf. Because Josh the 123 here in Twitch chat is gifting a dwarf to the YouTube chat. Unless you already have a dwarf, in which case then, I mean, you could post it, but you're just posting it for fun. Like V. Journey, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference? Aside from a small town girl living in a lonely world who took the midnight train going anywhere. Basically, would you like a dwarf with a beard or without a beard? This is the question. Maybe he wants to be a beast in the display. I guess I could do that. I hadn't really thought about it. I feel like the chat should just vote on naming them. With beard? All right, we'll do happiest unnamed dwarf with beard. Asked the farmer, who's currently sleeping in the dorm. Journey, Zeal Cloister, has quite a few friends in the fort. I'll not worry about that for a second, because the Forgotten Beast, Ithby, has come a gigantic quadruped composed of clear glass. Speaking of glass, it has a knobby shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly spit. Where it. Oh god, it's in the fort. Okay, so let's just read this first, and then we'll deal with that. Impervious to the effects of stress, which I wish I was, because now I'm feeling it. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and he is sad and dejected. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and he is friendly. He is a friendly individual. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he does not often feel lustful, and he thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to think before acting, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is slow to anger, and he tries to keep his things orderly, and he tends to hold on to grievances. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he, values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he currently is more shameless. He's currently more rude, and he is currently more fearless, and he is currently less private. And he dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes lead and red zircon, as well as the color sea green, bolts and goblets, and turkeys for their schnoot, and sperm whales for their teeth, and the sound of the laces of silk, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume day wine, and absolutely can't stand mussels. And he has no family, but he does have friends, and is a member of the Doctrine of Bronze, which is a religion, and I need to take a piss break. And ads are about to play, so I will just do this. BRB. Line is gone, post undulating. Not chained in any monster trapping chambers. Oh, that would be brutal. Okay, so I'm waiting for those ads to finish. Thankfully, I don't actually have any of these collect webs jobs enabled. What do those currently trains mean? Temporary changes or just... It's mostly a whether or not they're going to argue with dwarves with similar and or differing opinions and what jobs they're more likely to pick up over other ones. That's what most of that stuff is. Okay, let's also just throw a couple chests into here that I'm seeing are empty. Okay. Is very far away. I mean, the stairs are over there, and it's all the way up here. I think I'm just going to... jump over to here. No, here. And just go up to here and say, hey, just get rid of all these. This dwarf is going to have the hardest time getting home. How quick is it moving? Shh, fast, okay. Hate me a fast beast. Okay, you right here. Let's go F7. Pull that, open that. There's so many wheelbarrows coming in. Holy shit. Okay, this is not great. Just pause in the dwarfs, pull the lever. Who's the last one heading in? You're right there. Where are you going? Boink. No, you're not. No, you're not. You too are not. Now we wait for this to close. Where's the beast? It's north of the fort. So the fort is down here. It's very close to the entrance. Has anybody pulled the lever yet? Okay. Dog is fighting with something. Oh no. Okay, so Kib is gonna go pull the lever. This is gonna be tight. Especially for Dakost. And also for Einod. Forgotten Beast ran past. Okay. And now it's fighting with Einod, and down there's Etur. And also probably Zuglar and Olbach. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do aside from hope that they run. Leo Ari should run too. Should also quit hauling these onions. Just run away. I also need to check down here and go, oh god. The back door isn't actually a way in right now. So they have to use this. Which they can use. So it'll go down here and go up here and go then down through to here and then into the fort. So they can use that. So let's hope that they do. Let's hope that they do. What are you doing? You should run away there, peasant. I think that's a bad decision you just made, but that's a you decision that you just made. This is kind of the unfortunate reality of the current setup. Catching beasts is a costly hobby sometimes. Ice Blue's spouse, who's currently trying to make green blocks. I'm going to go to this task here. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to pause everything. Cancel all storage items and stockpile jobs, regardless of if they're needed. Doesn't matter. I need them to rethink their route and stop what they're doing. That's a price I have to pay, otherwise I need to kill the thing. Andre, who's been in the fort since 371, you may be about to pass. Rest in peace. How many kills is it up to? This may be one of the stronger ones, though. Clear glass is pretty tough. I mean, killed Andre how? By, I mean, he did actually get 2 hits in. Whacked it with a bone figurine, in fact. He hit him with a glob and then kicked him in the head and his head exploded. Certainly was a surprise to come back to. I mean, chat made me gift a bunch of subs earlier. Willingly, of course. I do that when there's sales. Sometimes you also got to, you know, stimulate the economy a little bit. So aside from clearing out everything underground, it should, theoretically... Landscaper, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. If I assign Mirror Hammer like a book or something, will he equip it? In my experience, they don't. I've had people tell me that they do, but in my experience, they don't. So I don't know. I think they're supposed to. Eurosmic viewers. But in my experience, they don't. Oh, no. Oh, no. Run away, Dwarf. You too. Thankfully, the beast is distracted by the... wild boar that it's eating. There is multiple gazelles that have been stuck in multiple cages for much longer than that, and I don't care. Why? Okay, the next thing I gotta do is go... Okay, how many dwarves are in here? Oh, Jesus. Why are you dwarves? Well, hopefully they run away. Y'all are off duty. You're not supposed to fight. Like, you're quite literally supposed to run away. Instead, I guess you're gonna turn into flat dead and damage my valuable prize. Well... It's one way to train dodging, I suppose. I'm gonna be very irritated if this dwarf kills it. I'm quite annoyed by this. But, you know, sometimes dwarves just go, orders? What's that? At least the rest of them ran away. I'm just kind of bummed that the beast is injured. So, now I have this very tough question. Do I tell this dwarf to fight back? They're clearly not getting away. But if they fight back, they might kill it. Which would make this entire investment worthless. They knew the risk. They still might win the fight. It's already killed a lot of dwarves. It's kind of the issue that I have. Because currently the squad that this dwarf is inactive. So... The Hateful. Oh, man. What a name. Problem solved for sure, yeah. Okay, so you're gonna pull the first lever. Man, both your parents are dead. Grim. And then I will lock this, although it could theoretically decide to topple it. Uh-oh. Pretty decent timing there. Got it. Okay, you're already closed. And let's go down to here, go to the front door, which is right there, and give her an open, says me. And then we will find all of the bodies. How's the fort? I just lost like 12 dwarves, but aside from that, pretty great. The Pointy Guild has many members in Headpunch, now requires a guild hall. Stoneworkers Guild. This seems like a convenient Stoneworkers Guild spot. I was going to do something with it anyway, so let's make this into a guild hall. Let's see how much of it can be jet. Wrong game, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Crystal Barrel. But a bit more realistic. It's a bit more realistic than Pokemon. What are you talking about? Pokemon is a very accurate depiction of reality. Also, it's depiction. Depiction, not depiction. Yeah. Although, if you want that accurate Pokemon, there is a pretty good Pokemon mod for Dwarf Fortress that just adds a shit ton of Pokemon to the game, including their powers. And, you know, if you know anything about how Dwarf Fortress works, getting shot by, like, molten lava is bad. Gorger Boy, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. No. Crystal Barrel Studio. That's not the best self-promotion attempt I've ever seen, and I don't particularly care. I wish you much success, but I don't particularly care. If you would like to ask me to cover your game so I can politely decline, I recommend you email me like most people do. Is when you mine a useless crystal and it goes, oh yeah. I mean, hey, useless crystals are best crystals. I'm just going to try and make my point clear and time you out for 10 minutes and say, please don't self-promote your game in my chat without my permission. This is not your marketing platform. You're welcome to use a self-promotion channel in my Discord that I deleted and no longer exists. So, yeah, if you would like me to promote your game or if you would like to promote your game here, please email me like the way this industry works. Sigh. I Jesus. People. I'm not sure, like, what else to, like, do. Like, chat, am I being the bad guy, or is that, like, a logical response? Like, I feel like, hey, like, you know, this ain't your platform. Get your own. I'm not entertained! Vaporizer. I didn't ban them, I just timed them out, so. Promoting like that gives us all a bad name. Promoting like that is why channels have no self-promotion rules. Like, genuinely. No tables, no chairs, but probably do have doors. And this could be the Stoneworkers Guild. The Pointy Guild. There you go. I guess, you know, PSA for the future. I want to get a streamer to promote your game, send them an email, and offer a key. And if you just, you know, come barging in like that, just expect to get bopped. Yeah, I need to make some new tombs is what needs to happen here. What I want to know is, like, has that person done that before and actually had positive responses? Because I would like to have a word with whoever's given that person a positive response for that kind of, like, marketing tactic, I guess, if you could call it that. Oopsies, no. These are supposed to go down, not up. Like, who the heck would respond positively to that? Anyway, or bribe them with some top shelf booze. I mean, usually what ends up happening these days, which I think is actually kind of sad and maybe a bigger problem with the industry in general, is developers will email a streamer, like, I don't know, within the realms of my size, and then that streamer will respond with, "This is my rate." And that happens so much to the point now where, like, every now and again, I'll have, like, a company reach out to me and be like, "Hey, are you interested in playing this game early or whatever?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, maybe, actually." And then I'll respond, and they'll be like, "What's your rates?" And I'll be like, "Well, if you send me a key, I'll play it." And then they'll be like, "No, we'll only send you a key if you accept payment." It's like, what? I guess I won't play your game then? Okay. I mean, like, just send me a key. Like, I probably won't play it anyways, so at least then I don't need to feel bad about not playing it if you didn't pay me. If you pay me, then I have to play it. I'm not willing to accept that kind of commitment. That's not weird. It's exceptionally common, Chaku. You know, like, back in the day, like, here's an example. Surviving Mars got a key for that 2 weeks early. Didn't have to do anything. They just sent out key 2 weeks before the game came out. Like, I've got mixed feelings about that game in general. But, like, Key Fry's making an artifact. It's to ensure that you will play it and also to ensure that you don't get negative responses to it. But in a lot of cases, yeah. Although a lot of them are weird. It's like they, and this is like an excuse that I see a lot for that kind of thing, where it's just oh, you know, like, they're just trying to ensure that you play it, and also they say that you can say whatever you want about the game. A lot of them do that. Like, the extreme cases are the ones where you can't be negative. Most of them are like, oh, you can say whatever you want. But, like, when your income depends on getting those deals and those gigs, people stop being critical. Subconsciously. And I'm not a fan of that. Admittedly, like, that happens when you get a key for review too, a little bit. But it's not as bad as, like, you know, because if I were to charge for sponsored time with my view counts, it would be, between Twitch and YouTube, it would be $200 to $500 an hour, depending on the week. It would be the rate that I would charge if I were to do that again. But, like, it's impossible to, like, not be critical of something. I mean, it's why I stopped doing it. I did it when I was desperate. Like, early 2020, 2021, 2022, I did sponsorships. And I did it because I desperately needed the money. I was broke, and I needed to pay rent. My channel was a lot smaller back then. It feels odd that the tombs are the same size as the bedrooms. Those are big tombs, man. It's mostly actually for mining out more boulders to turn into blocks. But the second I was, like, sustainable enough that I didn't need to do that, I stopped. And I stopped doing that because, I'll be honest with you, you spend almost as much time seeking out sponsorships and like emailing back and forth with people, and then you kind of just have to take what you can get. I would rather just be crowdfunded and make less money. Another dorky vile force of goblinness has arrived. We're still locked in Fortress, so it should be pretty safe to just let them in. What time of year is it? It's early autumn. Oh, that sucks. Have they reloaded the minecarts? Yes, they have. Meaning, I can just fire some minecarts at them. Let's just close that front door. Oh, that's why they haven't brought them in yet, because they're... Okay. Because we're still locked in the fortress. Makes sense. Let's just seal this off real quick. Then go down to here. Open this sucker up. Go to here. Open this sucker up. Close you, which I think is literally that one. Let's follow the goblins. Oh, actually, are we still digging? No, we're not. I'm just going to queue up the tombs. And also, this is a weird concept to kind of wrap your head around. But you know the old saying, it's not really old, but the common knowledge, I guess, in the tech industry, if something is free, you're the product. I want to be the product. I don't want you guys to be the product. Because otherwise I'm basically just selling user data in exchange for money and playing a game I probably don't want to play. It's like that's kind of, you know, a big brain concept, but it is how the industry works at a high level. Okay. Now we just need all those levers to get pulled, and these guys will run towards the fort. You paying for the stream makes my stream the product, right? An advertiser paying for advertising space on my stream makes the audience the product. So, yes, actually I am. I'm not even saying it as like a self-implicating like hate thing or anything. It's literally just kind of a fact of how the industry works. Hello, Stone. How is you? I do sometimes if it's needed. It's not super needed in this fort, Derek Jones. Whoa. Wolfist Wolf, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. See, paying for the product. Thank you. I mean, if you want to be, like, more humanizing about it, we could say the work I create is the product. Hello, Hobo. How are you? I'm gonna pause the game until the ads are done, because there's ads here on Twitch now. You always tell your child if things are very rarely free. If something is free, then they're getting something else from you, probably your information, but you could be getting anything, really. Yep, just like there's no such thing as free parking. Somebody's paying for it. It's probably your tax dollars. Morning, Stone. Hopefully you slept well, or well enough. I also have a video on YouTube on how to train dwarves to swim using minecarts, which is pretty funny. They like, basically if you have minecarts that go underwater and then pop out of water with a dwarf in it, as long as a dwarf is underwater and drowning, they're learning to swim. So if you just set up a couple minecarts that are just running on repeat behind the scenes, it will eventually train all of your dwarves to swim. How does Twitch know? I mean, I read it. I mean, the thing that I was saying, Kestrel North, is basically just like nothing. I agreed with you that nothing is really actually free, except for free parking, but that's just being paid for by your taxes because there's no such thing as free parking. Also, unrelated, well, semi-related, related to ads. You know the jingle that Trojan Condoms sometimes has, which is Trojan? Somebody filmed a video and sent it to me on Discord a while ago of me talking about something unrelated, and it flooded, like, my sentence landed perfectly alongside of the Trojan jingle when the Twitch ad started. It was pretty funny. I should try and find that at some point. Was not in your bingo card today? Wait, did you drown a bunch of dwarves? That's unfortunate. You had a Baron Consort visiting your fort? Oh, where are these goblins? Just gonna... Not sure where they're going exactly. But they're going up here for something. They be going on adventures? Is there wild animals up here? Oh. There's a black mamba. Go Snickers! You got this, bud. They want the danger noodle. They see a wild running spaghetti and they want to splat it. I used to get most of my ads in French on Twitch too before I started paying for Turbo. Well, a very dangerous danger noodle, actually. Didn't sleep well because of loud noise. Mining causes loud noise. All workshops are supposed to cause noise, but they don't because it would break the game currently. Noise mechanics are hard to find mechanic. I think chopping down trees also causes noise. But yeah, if you're mining right next to a dwarf while they're trying to sleep, they'll be like, "Oh, loud noise, I slept poorly." Is irritated after sleeping poorly due to loud noise. It's kind of cool. Kefra, the dwarven child, has created a Sondimol, a black cap cup. Makes a sippy cup and offers it to us as a gift. I'm sure the tavern goers will enjoy it. It's a black cap cup. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver, decorated with tunnel tube, and encircled with bands of cushioned conglomerate cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of black cap. On the item is an image of trailed pristine, the morose Masonic pulley? The lignite amulet in dolomite. That's the last artifact that was made. On the item is an image of Maffel work relics, the dwarf, and Osta monster dips. Monster dips. The goblin and Jasper in Jasper Opal. Osta is striking down Maffel. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Maffel by the goblin Osta. Monster dips in roughness spots in the righteous step in the midsummer of 93 during Spauskol Dustin Stop, the disemboweled nail siege. Yes. On the item is an image of a catapult parts in silver. On the item is an image of an octagon cut gem in silver. I kept on reading as monstered lips, and I was like, that's not right. I'm amazed the Forgotten Beast hasn't killed those dudes yet. Every day they gobble in. I'm super gonna miss my my traders this year. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Because the minecarts aren't just gonna collide with their faces. The minecarts are gonna collide with their faces and they're gonna get shoved into lava. That's excellent. Don't put the tune in your heads. I'm so sorry. Have I already done it? If I have, I will apologize as much as is necessary, but it's probably not enough to satisfy the crime that I've now committed of earworm. There's worse song crimes I could commit, though. Please hit. Please land. Please land. Yep. We got one. Oh, wow, he's flying over the lava. What a lucky guy. Up, up, up. Okay. Well, that's a rough time. So, where are the second ones? Hey, got him. How about you? Did you land in lava? No. They've all managed to miss the lava so far. Well, that's great for them, but bad for my score count. Let's go for another shot then, shall we? I love these very efficient children. And out we go. Whee! Oh, there goes another goblin. Get shreked, mother gobber.
Wee.
Haven't seen any of them get lavaed, which is... There is some smoke here, so maybe somebody did? Are you still flying? Nope, just bleeding. Oop, well, there goes another one. Nope. Just dying. Just dying. You're fine. Let's see what we got left. I need to make some more minecarts. We have to get the carts back. They are lava safe. They're made of platinum, so. What's all the lava from? My pumps. Whee! This one's gonna miss. Isn't it? I could just dump the lava on them. It's probably the right thing to do. Problem is, actually I have quite a big problem with this. I can't currently do that because there's, well, it's just gonna cause some problems. Okay, let's not put dolomite blocks there. Let's just put a door here. Goblins are still entering the fort slowly. Well, I'm trying to think, I've been thinking of ways that I could, like, put lava into those minecarts, amongst other things. Putting weapons into the minecarts would be quite easy and straightforward. Putting lava in the minecarts would be less easy and straightforward. But, like, there's a few things I could do. I think it's this one. Nope. Yes, it's this one. Here come the goblins. The three that are not dead. Here comes the lava. Now I just gotta give this a tug. Also gotta pull this. Lock that. And just give these goblins a nice warm bath. Siege is done. Easy peasy. So let's now pull this again. Get that closed. Which will bring the bridge back. Which will, you know, stop the lava from flowing. And deal with the goblin bodies. Is this overkill? Not if you don't want your dwarves to see dead bodies, which I really don't want my dwarves to see dead bodies, because dwarves seeing dead bodies is really bad for dwarven mental health, and I value my dwarves and their mental health right now. It's very fragile. Speaking of that, we're going to go see a bunch of dead bodies now that died outside to the Forgotten Beast not so long ago, which are now skeletons, which means those bodies have fully decayed, which is really bad for dwarven mental health. Unrelated. But, you know, it is what it is. Worse things have happened. And I'm just going to go down here real quick and queue up some more tombs because we need those. I do all these things to preserve my dwarves' mental health, yet at the same time, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, no, I mean, the mood has been really bad a couple of times in this fort, so yeah, currently it's pretty good, but it's definitely been real bad at points. It's absolutely been really bad to horrific at points. And seriously, Chad, thank you very much for all the love today. Like, I know a lot of it's because of the Twitch sale, but it really means a lot. How do you deal with mood dips? Lock the doors and ignore sieges and traders for a bit. Turtling is and was a valid tactic in, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Medieval ages? It is also a valid tactic here and now in Dwarf Fort. Oh, you're probably going to go get Farmer Femme, who died in the hallway. Well, seal up, make crafts, let the dwarves participate in hobbies, try and catch up on things like clothing and bedrooms, that sort of thing. We basically spent about a year of not going outside in this fort. And just, you know, working on the dwarves, more or less. Yeah. That rotting goat.
Can you believe the Bay 12 forums are HTTPS now?
It's
I've harassed them for years.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that was an update that they were doing today where it was gonna go down for 2 hours, right? Did Kid Fox do that or did Tarn do that? Anyway, I mean, makes sense. Just in time for the part 2 of the documentary that's been in the works for 1 trillion years to drop, right? Every sentient creature is about the same level of sensitivity to body cleanup. YouTube chat. Except for zombies, but I guess those are technically less sentient. Ah, jeez. There we go. Let's just get all of this done. Are sentient undead not affected by mood? So, I've seen mixed realities of this. Like, I'm pretty sure they're not as affected by mood, but I think they can be affected by moods that affected them when they were alive. Does that make sense? But sometimes they seem to not get affected by moods at all. I don't know. It's, I've definitely had depressed, intelligent undead before. But at the same time, it seems to be yeah, I don't know. They have memories. So, like, yeah, I guess if they had a really traumatic life, then it'll affect them, but they don't develop new ones. Not always. I mean, like, there's no negative thoughts with being on fire and burning to death in Dwarf Fortress except for choking on smoke underground. So it's not always a rough mood when they die. They can't have new moods. Okay, so yeah, I guess if they had a really traumatic... I mean, if they died very suddenly, like if they were sleeping and they got eaten by a vampire or something, that wouldn't give them any upsetting thoughts. That or the new mood, or the new... Like, they can have new moods, but, like, they just don't feel anything and they don't remember them, I guess. It was Kit Fox. Tarn tried once and thought he'd screw it up. Kit Fox long-term staff tried once and thought they borked the form forever. Kit Fox recently hired someone new, and I don't know what else they'll do, but Alexandra and Tanya have been hyping this up for a few weeks. I know that, like, if they've been hyping it up for a few weeks, they haven't been hyping it up in circles where I see it. Like, I saw the announcement go out that the forms were going to go down today for, like, 2 hours or whatever, but that's cool. It means that my web browser won't scream at me whenever I go to do the Future of the Fortress now. You are going to an unsecured domain. It's like, I just... whatever. As you can tell, I'm very serious about my security. Obviously. Vampires do not fall into that category. No. You hope to find something good? Apparently there was one that happened here and I missed it. I saw a poster for it the day after it happened and I was like, well, damn. Dang it. Wasn't too thrilled with me, but it was a day where I was kind of busy, so... Get rid of all that. Speaking of things getting hyped up, Clino, when's the next patch? Not that you'd have any information I don't have, but I don't know. Chat asks me all the time, so I have to be unfair and ask somebody else sometimes. Killed with Style, hello, it's good to see you. First time viewer, nice to see you. Actually really short. Are you actually really short? Sorry, I have to ask. You know what? I don't like you, man. Not very good at making good first impressions. I just... Grow up. How to not market your studio. No one. For anybody who wants the 9 seconds of backstory, that person showed up in my chat and claimed that they had a real challenge for me, which was playing their game, and I said no, email me like an adult, and timed them out for 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. They said, hello, daddy, or hello again, daddy. It's like, yeah, no, fuck off. If you want to try and get brownie points by simping, go watch somebody who actually appreciates that kind of stupidity. Not me. Yeah, especially because most of the people who watch me are older than me. Clockwork Dragon. I take it they didn't email me? They may have. I mean, it's been more than 10 minutes since I timed them out. Checking. I don't see an email from them, no. I don't. I did get a very funny, unrelated email, which I will respond to later and not, like, spotlight, because I'm not going to spotlight somebody for doing something I think is silly, but... you're just a very long-time young person. I get it. I get it. Okay, so we got another one of these suckers ready to go, which is good. Let's go back to working on my gate. Back to the good old-fashioned... I was going to say ultra-violence, but that's not actually technically what I'm doing. So back to the good old-fashioned buildy, as you do. The ultra-violence is already over. The minecart cannon is the ultra-violence, yes, but we've cleared the ultra-violence. Are you able to imprint on baby dwarves, like having a parent holding them and only doing one task? I think baby dwarves are... I don't know. I don't think there's a mechanic around that, but I'm pretty sure baby dwarves are just imprinted on their parents. Like, they get particularly upset if they see their parent die, as an example. Unless they don't care about family one way or another. Just getting that last dwarf dealt with. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure exactly how that stuff works. Like family relations versus friendships. Who asked that question? I use Kden Live. I don't know if I necessarily recommend Kden Live. Kden Live is like weird and breaks in oddly specific ways, but it's pretty good. Like for a completely free piece of software, it's pretty good. But like, especially if you're trying to do any kind of professional video editing, you may want to not use Kden Live because no like company is going to be using Kden Live. It's more just like small time hobbyists using it. And you want, if you're trying to like, you know, do video editing as like a profession, you're probably going to want to use Adobe or Blackmagic. So like DaVinci, because DaVinci, you know, is, how do I put this? You want something where you can, like, have compatible, like, project files, basically, with whatever company you're working for. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend using Kdenlive if you're in my position, but there's tons of tutorials for it, so it's not a bad piece of software if you're just trying to learn. DaVinci Resolve, yeah. DaVinci Resolve all the problems. Yeah, I quite like Kdenlive for the most part. And it is like, you know, it's not Linux exclusive or anything. There are ports for other OSs too. Will you be able to see the fort in Stone Sense? I don't think this one would be that impressive in Stone Sense, because underground stuff isn't that neat in Stone Sense, but sure, I can do that. If you're willing to sit through a save file. What, ImeXP? You okay? Do you need help? You startled by something? Did you get begifted a sub against your will and now you're terrified as to what to do? It's okay. Enjoy the emotes for the next 30 days. Don't worry about it too much. Whomst a vampire? Really want to share a silly thing with y'all. I trapped the dwarf and turned into a werebeast in your dungeon, and for some reason she's still in a great mood, getting constant positive thoughts about being near a nice iron door. Well, likes an iron door and the nice restraint, likes restraint, and feels nothing when being unable to eat, drink, or socialize. Any idea how she is able to keep such high spirits after years in confinement? She's a psychopath. Some dwarves are just weird like that. Like, I've had like. Tarn said a thing in one of the interviews I did with him a little while ago, which really stuck with me, which is some dwarves are just fucking broken, and you'll never be able to fix their mood when their mood go bad. Some dwarves are just fucking weird, and you can't make them mad no matter what. Like in my ghost fort, where I just didn't bury anything that died, like the weirdest dwarf to me were the dwarves that like seemed to just be super happy all the time. And they existed right up until the end. There was always a couple dwarves that were just like, everybody's dead. And just didn't care. Anyways, we have a wannabe dragon. A forgotten beast no more has come. A giant feathered alligator. It has wings and it is slavering. Its top gray feathers are downy. Beware its fire. And I will leave the game paused for a minute, 30 seconds, because there's about to be an ad. I'm going to unpause this, pause game, and then do a quick save. I mean, fire is doable, but ideally I can catch it, right? So it depends on where it is and how quickly it moves. If it's slow and far away, we're fine. If it's close and fast, fingers crossed it's not. We'll say that. We'll say that. We'll say that. We'll say that. Yeah, we'll say that. We'll say that. And since somebody in chat was asking for, or in YouTube chat was asking for Stone Sense, while the ad plays, once this quick save is done, I will pause game again and do a Stone Sense. Huh. Did they change it? Can't do. Sorry. I don't know why. So now we wait. You've taken to smoothing fire break lines in big repurposed caverns like that? Oh yeah, I mean, you could do that. Or just like build fire break floors. Or dig them. Yeah, we can't sense any stones today, I'm sorry. Sorry, stone, you're unsensible. Or maybe stone is very sensible? I'm just gonna erase these and not worry about it. Is anybody else worried about where this beast is? Ah, of course it is. Okay, so let's set them to go indoors. We're gonna open this. Because once again, this is a gigantic feathered alligator. It has wings and it is slavering. Its gray feathers are downy. Beware its flames. Well, it's moving pretty quicky. Quickity wickety. Towardy the 40. It's taking the uppity boppity. I speak functional English. I don't know what you're talking about. Damn. Kiwi boar. Okay, he made it. Where are you going? Run! Deep space, no! Deep space, why? Run, deep space, quickly! Run, all of you! Away! Don't do it! No, YouTube, you too! Run away! Zephon will die so that we can all live! Same with you, Muthcat! Run quickly! Be swift! Zephon will die so that we can live. Assuming they run quickly, I don't know. They may not, they may still be turning around. Okay, well. Let's just do all this. Oh no. This dwarf is having a think attack, which is very dangerous. Thankfully, the KV boar is doing something useful for once and distracting the forgotten bee. Oh, you're not smart. Deep space, why? I'm being attacked. What? And who's shocked? Hot as ever, though. Rest in peace. Why do dwarves do that? Because far back in dwarves' evolution, they were once directly related to lemmings.
Bring out your dead.
Speaking of bring out your dead, Elfie Bean was carrying a minecart, and is also now taking the turn to fall. This'll happen a lot less once I actually have, like, aren't dwarves related to ants? I know. Same thing. Ants are, like, not very smart. The terrifying thing about ants is where there's an ant, there's another 155,265 of them. That's the scary thing about ants. Whereas, like, that doesn't make them particularly good at... Okay, hold on. Mine cart. Thunk. Turn around, you doofuses. Kind of figured they'd have them all put away by this point. Such a cheery fire. Oh, it's a good time. There's only, what, 3 deaths? That's not too bad. Oh shit, it could make its way to the surface too. Now the question B. Or the Dwarf's a 3. Oh god. I just have to close the door. I don't even have the option. Is it still shut? No, it's not. Run dwarves. We've got Midnight the Second. We've got Metholic. We've got Votok. And they closed that door way too quickly. Reopen it. Reopen it! Oh no. This fort's getting kind of grim. Wait, where'd the beast go? Oh, there it is. It's on top of another cavey. Man, these guinea pigs are actually being useful distractions for once. Can we pull that lever quickly, please? They already pulled it. Sweet. So it should be open again. Okay, it's open again. Let's hope these dwarves have the sense to turn around. Okay, they seem to. Except for maybe Midnight. Midnight, turn around. That's not a sippy cup. I know you're thirsty. It's not a sippy cup. Midnight, more like mid-dead. Well, there goes another dwarf. Now everybody's inside. Now we pull the lever and hope that they pull it quick enough. Now we find out. Baron DeBus, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you greatly. Okay. Oh boy. Back door's open. You know, if I was just allowed to fight these, we'd just kill them. That's the thing, right? Is in order to do this, I have to like intentionally go out of my way to not fight these creatures. Because if I don't, then the beast will just, you know, die and I'll kill it. So intentionally avoiding them makes these fights way more dangerous. Although I think I'm actually going to set up some precautions because that was too many deaths to the last two. Okay, so let's just go up to here. Pull this. Okay. And since this sucker is moving fast as hell, just pull this right away. Here comes Beast. I will lock the door. It can probably topple it, but that'll make it less likely to go for the door. I also need to pull the other lever, which it's been pulled. Kiddo here coming for it. Probably that one. I'll lock this one too. So now it'll try to topple the doors after a minute if it thinks about it. Otherwise, it'll just short circuit and run in circles.
Crypt beer.
It's trying to topple the door. Come on. I think it stopped the lever from being pulled. Because it keeps standing on it. Come on. School of Theox. Thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Come on, close. Close! Why does it keep standing on the bridge? Oh, because they haven't pulled it yet, that's why. Oh, why are you standing on the bridge? You fucker. God damn it. I may have to open the other one. Somebody's coming to pull it somewhere. I realize I should be letting these dwarves in, but... Okay, here comes Cog, who's going to pull the lever. And it's not on the bridge. We did it. Okay. Alfie Bean 2. Deep Space. Man, I forgot about Deep Gift. I think Elfie's arms survived, but... So she might get a tomb. Does door material matter for toppling? I mean, wooden doors can burn. So probably? I don't actually know. As long as I can remember, you've been able to assign a specific worker to a lever, yes. Although there was a period of time where that mechanic didn't work for some reason, question mark. And let's just go back to this. And what I'm going to do to try and make this safer is I'm going to go down to here. Well, I'm going to go to this. And I'm going to unforbid all this, for one thing. And this is where they're going to. So this is only one level high right here. Slightly more than one level high right here. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to build a little tunnel. What do I have that's not green glass? Blocks. I got a shit ton of quartzite. We should just use quartzite. I love quartzite. Quartzite's great. I'll just build a little wall along the edge of this. So that they have to use my front door to go in and out, and it'll disincentivize the beasts from going this way. And then if I go down into here, I can go all the way along this, and go to this, and open this. Bone Doll! Dwarf kind, want you what? I mean, you haven't had a dwarf today that died? It's only within a 24-hour window. Basically, if you have a dwarf that dies that day... otherwise, you're good. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have a job preference? It will be Bone Doll the sequel, though. Does it take longer for them, or is it simply harder for them to open different doors? Yeah, I don't know. That's not something I know the answer to. That might be a question for Putnam, actually. That was a fiery disaster. It wasn't as bad as the last Forgotten Beast, though. The last one was actually worse. Beardy and crafty. How's a Urist sound? By the eye doctor you visited back when you were working at a BC? Oh, how nice of him. Were they trying to book another checkup? It's good to see you, Orange. Hopefully you're well. Your wrist sounds fitting. Certainly is Dwarfy. What was their response when you said that you were back where you are now? Was it an, oh God, I'm sorry? He has a very calm demeanor and he is somewhat scatterbrained and he enjoys being in crowds. He doesn't focus on material goods, sometimes can act without deliberation, and isn't given to flights of fancy. He likes to brawl and he can handle stress, and he is a friendly individual. He has a sense of duty and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. He's got a unibrow too. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the idea of competition obscene. Sees introspection as important and finds artwork boring, and doesn't see cooperation as particularly valuable. And likes siltstone, zinc, and tiger iron, as well as rami fabric and papyrus and warhammers and bags and sheep for their wool and the giant toads for their strength. And the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and prefers to consume giant grackle and hard wheat. Appear. And detests hamsters. Isn't that a golem line, Anted? And you get to know your dwarves, get your dwarves to rest more? Dwarves will generally prioritize work before leisure time, unless they highly value leisure time. So if you want your dwarves to rest more, give them a reason to rest. He hates hamsters. Understandable. His hair is dry and his long beard is neatly combed. He worships, that's interesting. You used to be a member of the Flag of Culmination, which I guess a different site government from this. You worship Erdim, who's not a god I recognize super well. And you're retching on miasma, and you don't feel anything. Feels bad, man. Man, Midnight died super happy, too. What a bummer. Here's hoping this construction change will help promote less death in the fort. Because, you know, this will force dwarves to not, you know, use the door I've been using. Or they've been using, primarily. And then if once I've dug all these out, we can then go up here and I can just build flooring up here, I guess. No, you can get a ghost out of a dead dwarf that died happy. You only get super mean ghosts if they die unhappy. Maybe not all the way on the end here, actually. Midway on the end there, I'll put quartzite. And UGDPY wants you to post beers, chat. But yeah, in order to get dwarves to rest, you need to make sure that you're not overworking them. Something Krug Smash has done in several of his series is that I like to also cite as like not a bad idea, is to have festivals, which is obviously not a mechanic in game. However, festivals are like when you tell all your dwarves to stop working for a bit and, you know, entertain themselves, if you will. So like a festival could be, well, at around this time of every year, I lock everybody into a certain burrow that stops most crafts from happening, that kind of thing. That can be a pretty good way to recover a bunch of moods in a relatively short period of time, if you're feeling that your dwarves are rather upset for one reason or another. Are we kidding? It's a dwarf fort. Well, I mean, ideally this will equal less unexpected Forgotten Beast deaths. And instead we'll only just get expected Forgotten Beast deaths, you know? Totally different things. Very confused as to why they're doing this, but not that. Odd. Odd, odd, odd. I did that in the Vampire Fort, yeah. Because I had to lock them in a room periodically so that they would be forced to drink alcohol. Because if I didn't do that, they wouldn't ever drink alcohol, because if they weren't all standing in the tavern simultaneously and getting served booze because they're vampires, they would just never drink alcohol, and that would make them very upset. Let's get those done. And then once these two are done, I can just deconstruct the rest of this. Which I could probably just do this right now. And those are shale ramps. Actually, don't want this on the lower level right here. Do however I want to do this right away. Use last material is wonderful, yeah. It's still like, I'll put it this way, I'll be honest, it's not perfect, but it's a whack ton better than it was before, which honestly I think is like the best you can hope for in Dwarf Fortress in most cases. Like, well, I mean, it could still be better, because like, there's been a few people who, in my YouTube comments section, and of course these are the people that stand out that are wrong, and like, there's very few of them, and they're absolutely a loud minority, and they're annoying, but there's been definitely some people in my YouTube comment section that's like, that tool sucks, it's a bad excuse for like a quality of life feature. I'm like, well, it's better than what we had before, so I'll take it. You're not wrong. Like, could it absolutely be better? Yes. Do other games do it better? Yes. Does that matter? Not as much as far as I'm concerned. It's better than it was, and that's all I really want ever, so. No, I mean, you're not the troublemakers. The person telling me why Dwarf Fortress is bad every time they add something that's good, or better, are the people that just kind of make me go, well, thanks for the engagement, I guess. Thanks for the memories. You know what I mean? Like, there's always going to be hecklers, if we're to use a comedy term. They're very much the hecklers. Now that's a good tune to put in the memories. The one that's been stuck in my head, because a couple weeks ago I went to a restaurant that was just straight up playing the When We Were Young festival playlist for the last several years of When We Were Young. I went to that festival twice. Once because I just happened to be there, and then once because like decided to go there as a vacation. And they were playing that, which it's just all of the pop punk from the 2000s, the playlist, right? And of course they have Spotify playlists because that's just what the world does these days. And I was sitting there humming along with one of the songs while chatting with my friend, and then asked the waitress if that's what the playlist was, because it really sounded like it. And she's like, yeah, I usually juggle between this and sad divorced dads. I'm like, wait, what? What's that? She's just like, mostly Nickelback. Which... Name of the playlist, not the playlist. I don't need to listen to Nickelback, but... No, they're not. No, they're fucking not, Twizzler. They're awful, but that's why people like them. They wrote one good song once, and it's called Gotta Be Somebody. And since then, they've just been rewriting that song with different lyrics. No, I'm right, because I literally have seen them multiple times. They're a musically bankrupt, boring as shit, like commercial audio vomit production company. And if you like hearing the same song with different lyrics and slightly modified chord progression over and over, more power to you. But as somebody who grew up right next to fucking Richmond, where they came from, who listened to them throughout high school because they were the successful local band, all I have to say, when it comes to big bands from Vancouver, Mariana's Trench is better. That's all. That's it. You got that effect with Billy Joel. Yeah, fair enough. You know that meme of just like every single Nickelback song played at the same time, just like sped up or slowed down so that the beats match, is very accurate. So here's my actual beef with Nickelback. Nickelback is fine. They are inoffensive on a good day, slightly offensive on a bad day, and just very boilerplate. My issue with them is that they're really boring. Like, if you want millennial dad rock, fine. Listen to Monster Truck, because at least they write more than one song sometimes. They're fine. No, I'm well aware, which is why I said that they're slightly offensive at worst, inoffensive at best. Gotta Be Somebody's a bop, but like, I think the name of the playlist, which is Sad Divorced Dads, is funny. Will is just like inputting Nickelback lyrics into my YouTube chat for whatever it's worth. We? I mean, there is no we here, clearly. It's just me and Twizzler, not... You don't have to be a part of this. Gotta Be Somebody is fine. It's a... I'd be lying if I said I hadn't hummed that song at some point in my life. And I'd also be lying if I said that song wasn't on my iPod in high school. But I haven't listened to that song willingly in a very long time. And I instead will just continue listening to Japanese Breakfast like a practical intellectual. That new album's okay too. Blech. That new album is okay too. You'll never get into the standing around clubs. You'll never get in. Yeah, that's why I just don't go to clubs I won't get into. I mean, here's the thing, Twizzler. I'm not going to agree with you on that. The rest of that album kind of sucks. Like, you can do better. When it comes to bands from that era, you can do so much better. Like, at least listen to Billy Talent or something, you know? Humans are here to siege us. I live in British Columbia. It's impossible to not hear Nickelback on like a daily basis. This song slaps. You like Billy Talent sometimes? Yeah. At the end of the day, any self-aware music fan who knows how music works, who appreciates and enjoys music, can look at somebody else who appreciates and enjoys music in the face and agree with them when they say, this band and or song or songwriter that I like is bad. Like, I will tell you, as a fact, I fucking adore Limp Bizkit. They're terrible. Awful. Even. Cringe at best. Garbage at worst. Absolutely disgustingly horrible at worst. But I love Limp Bizkit. Fred Durst is a fucking genius, and I think he's funny sometimes. But they're terrible. Primus sucks. Yeah, no, And if you're gonna listen to sad divorced dad rock, you can listen to your Breaking Benjamin, your Nickelback, and your Seether all you want. But in order for me to respect you as a fan of music, you gotta have enough self-awareness to know when you have bad taste. I absolutely have bad taste. I fucking love Green Day. They put out like 3 albums in a row that I didn't like, although I will say that new one's pretty good. If you actually have to ask me if Rage Against the Machine is okay, you need to think about your life's choices. Rage Against the Machine is one of the most important artists of all time and one of like some of the greatest lyrics ever written in music. And if you're saying that because they're rap rock and I said that Limp Bizkit sucks, you need to understand that there's like different levels and qualities in every genre, my friend. Although I will say Killing in the Name of might be one of the most like misinterpreted songs of the generation. But, you know, it's just all the more reasons to respect Tom Morello. Just look at, you know, images of him calling out people on the internet for not knowing what that song's about or being able to comprehend what the lyrics of that song are trying to communicate. do, do. Did I screw this up again? Okay, well, you need to go away so you stop fucking with my brain. 5. 5. 5. So did I put you one too far over? Yes, I did. This is the one I screwed up. It's okay, this is easy to fix. You know, the thing about Primus, if you're asking me as a person being ironic who likes Primus, Primus sucks. If you're actually asking me if Primus sucks, Primus is fucking great. Sometimes I can't tell. Self-abusing fandoms are a strange thing. Like, no irony there. Primus is phenomenal. Took you forever to understand Killing in the Name of? You know, like, one of my favorite recent trends in music is the whole System of a Down put out new music, and it's very political. What the hell? What am I building? I'm building a spiral staircase through an aquifer, so it's kind of a slow-going process because I have to channel out the entire layer. We'll get there. We're getting there, is the thing to say. Oh, geez, yeah. It's, like I said, it's slow going. Jared Leto's attacking me? Forgotten Beast, Leto Esqualastomy has come. A towering, scaly hyena. It has 3 long, hanging tails, and it has a bloated body. Its maroon scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its deadly spit. Okay. Let's see. Did I get the thing built in time? Because if I did, then we can just catch it. No, I didn't.